Hello, hello, welcome all, and welcome back to more Sunless, guys. When last we left off, we had left us in a position where all we really could do was here in the Blue Kingdom. Now, something I've just remembered, now that I am back in the Blue Kingdom, is the matter of supplies. Yeah. This little... not that detail. Where is it? Here we are. Yeah. Fuel is sold here. Fuel is fuel. We don't have to worry about that business. However, supplies is a different matter. There's no supplies here, except from, as far as I've seen from what I can read off of a certain enemy. In shops, you're just gonna find petrichor, the food of the dead. It is pale as the ghost of a moon, sweeter than spun sugar, and crumbles in your mouth like plaster of Paris. Now, I don't really want to get by off of food of the dead. For some reason in my head, this feels like a capital B, capital A, a bad idea. Yeah, we'll capitalize the A on... we'll capitalize the A on bad and also capitalize the D and just keep it bad idea. Sure, we can roll with that. Yay. Yeah. Suffice to say, I think I want to dip back briefly into the Reach, and here's the thing. My bank can hold supplies. There's nothing stopping this from being the case, and it's probably a good idea to execute such an endeavor. So, that's the plan at the moment. And then we'll figure out what I need to do here. Not that one, not that one. That one as far as I'm aware, but I don't really know that one. Constance waiting, definitely no. Definitely none there. Death's door is here. Sure, later, once the church is built, technically a thing. Something that we also need to figure out. This I don't know how to solve. Clay conductor is here. Definitely none of that business. None of that, none of that. And our ambition. Also the Forge of Souls. Which is where we need to go for the clay conductor. Spoilers. So yeah. As far as things I have briefly done here, I've reorganized my stuff a little bit. I've removed the regular assayer because there's a new assayer here. That fits in my plating slot, interestingly enough. 16 armor, 1 assaying, and I've made up on hold by being high enough in Veils now, where I could slot in the ratty baggage handlers. I still have this as far as my mining goes, and this one as far as my cannery goes. So I have each and everything, again, still, but now in a bit more optimized manner, where I'm getting the most out of my slots as I can. I feel like this is where I, will be standing on the matter, in terms of my whole positional deal. In classically Gothic support, where the modern locomotive needs the most, which should armor only be on the inside. Yeah, fair. Not that I'm gonna put it in, because I'm not as worried about that. I mean, I probably should be, but I'm not. And as much as I would like an upgrade to my shotgun, how we currently have ourselves set up, we only have a small and a large slot. and not 2 large slots for armaments. And our large slot definitely needs to stay the Wrath of Heaven. The Wrath of Heaven is fun. Fitted cupboards, is that right? Right. Like, as you can see, there is some respectable stuff. Like, if you want a whole bunch of armor, that one goes well. This is one of the better hold items if you happen to have all the veils to adjust for it. I do not. I never will. I didn't really go into veils. I went into other endeavors. Let's see here. What's our prospects? Just might as well pick them up while I'm here. Accoutrements and adornments, gemstones for the White Well. One of the Graven, the skull-headed lawyers of the White Well, requests 5 casts of Naventine gemstones to be delivered there. His position has recently advanced, and the stones decorating his skull are no longer of a luster or quantity suitable to his rank. He intends to supplement them with his pick of the gems you deliver. The White Well is northwest of Sky Barnet. We've been there. I don't know if we have any gemstones sitting around. That's probably something I should check. The answer's definitely a no. Okay. Maybe that's why we haven't had anything, but we'll claim it anyways. We can always get rid of it. Can be mined from sky rocks in the Blue Kingdom or the Forge of Souls. Okay, so we should be able to source them here, or runes if it's sailing equipment. We have our options. Ritual oils, caged catches for Death's Door. Fats and oils from certain sky beasts are needed to perform the test of substance, which shades must pass to approach Death's Door. The sequestrator requires 5 caged catches to be delivered to her there. Death's Door is north from the transit relay, on the other side of the Blue Kingdom. It is very much on the other side. We'll take it. We do have caged catches. Purchase house rod chains, butcher equipment. You can catch squirmings in the Misty of Albion, convert them to catches at the lighthouse, and sometimes from Volcan Tankerai. We do have a number of those, but first things first, like I said, I want to make sure supplies aren't as big of an issue. How's today? Shades come here to have their proper status acknowledged. He looks thoughtful. But as you can see, considering we've already explored that much of the map, Blue Kingdom isn't as big. It's very compact, very different, to say the least, as far as the zones go, and yeah. Whoops. This is that little bump there. You're free to leave the Blue Kingdom. Guess if you've eaten petrichor, you must deal with the inhabitor before you can leave. This is why I don't want to rely on petrichor. As to travel, no sooner have you spoken the question than the relay's mechanisms grind into motion. Jagged sigils flare with light. You hurry back to your locomotive as the relay engages. The steel arms swing loudly into position. The casing closes overhead. Jets of steam scour your hull. You hear the rumble of the correspondence stone running to sequence, and your engine is flung along tunnels that would burrow through the sky in distant eons. Let's stock up on supplies. Yeah. Luckily, this relay isn't too far away from New Winchester. Thankfully. So this shouldn't be too much of a detour, which is why I'm doing it now. Before it becomes an issue. Because I have this feeling that it'll become an issue if I don't nip it in the bud now. So, yeah. Let's, stock up on supplies. chuck a bunch in the bank, and carry a number with us. On our good old tutorial route. A lot better position than they were. Hello, Ilya. Sunless skies indeed. That is the agenda for tonight. Blue Kingdom specifically, which, now that I've remembered one of the details about it, I'm sticking a bunch of supplies in my bank. Oh, you can't hide from the light of the suns anymore. Nope. Much so trying to, and much as other things you're after me. I mean, number of these areas, suns aren't exactly, yeah, but Blue Kingdom is different view. Bot only took 10 minutes to post. I can be glad the bot posted. Sometimes, you never know. Okay, so... Oh, I don't care about these. Supplies! Into my bank. Overkill? No, no. Maybe. Maybe slightly. Okay, just a little bit. Okay, more. So they're each yet? Yes, I have. I've been around all the zones now. I intend to do Blue Kingdom stuff at the moment. I was just going back for a supply restock because I remembered what the Blue Kingdom was all about in terms of its catch. So yeah, I've been around the zones, and most of my stuff at the moment is directing me towards the Blue Kingdom. So back to the Blue Kingdom I go. Oh, I forgot to shoot. Oop. Man, things circulated. Did the 25-minute Friday, it went fairly well. The VO started as ugly, but I wasn't healing. I didn't find it too bad either. Yeah, no, except for the person accusing me that I wasn't healing, despite the fact that I was. But that's not on the raid itself. Not in the slightest bit. Alright, back to the Blue Kingdom. Back to the Blue Kingdom, first class because we have artifacts. Alright, now I'm less worried about supplies, at least. If need be, I can restock from my bank. Which still means I need to plan around being able to access the Sky Barnet, but... yeah, details. Alright, so I think it was... oh, whoops, I probably should have counted for that, but I can just stick some stuff in the bank. I need 5 caged catches, I believe. Yes, 5. I mean, I'll double check once I dock in, but it should be 5. Come on, supplies. Take over so I have a free inventory space. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, so what's the 5 that I need? Yes. Yes. 5. Take a couple more supplies in there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like the screens took on 90 plus guys lower, so yeah, that was pretty silly when I saw that. That's a lot of frickin' immortality right there. After it realized I accidentally left high risk, high reward on. yeah, that was a silly setup right there. It was a very silly setup you had going on. Let us explore this way. Find a curator of all things here. Huh. Hi, big fellow. Careful. Those hit, it's gonna hurt. It's like if my stuff hits, it's gonna hurt. Hello. Terror I don't need to worry about. So let's go for treasures. He yelps when a claw scratches his helmet, a final spasm from the dead creature. Ooh, lot of otherworldly artifacts there. The fur around the net is matted and worn. It must be torn free before you can access its contents. Among them is a chitinous foot, possessed of 8 articulate toes. It smells like embalming fluid. A small, dried, 5-eyed fish. A human heart, salted. Was this curator notably morbid? Or were these provisions for its vast, windy journeys across the gulfs between stars? Or 8 sovereigns, 4 otherworldly artifacts. Oh, and this is closed now. Okay. So we need to go up and around to find more. You know, that's fine. We can do that. Oh yeah, is there anything I can spend to improve? Any of my 4,000s I could do? 71, that's more, no, sure. We'll improve Amir's. Oh, so we couldn't have gone amiss with either of those. Alright, what else? What other evil will we come across? All of it, probably. There's the Blue Kingdom. It has some of the nastiest enemies concentrated in a very, very, very small corridor of nonsense. Also up to my Alyssa's build, she had 50 speed, now she's around 80, I think much better. That is definitely a lot higher. Give her a spirit set that to boost speed a decent chunk. Multitude of souls in the Blue Kingdom invites predators. In Dusty Ruin. An Enclave of the Dead. This is an enclave of the Forsaken Dead. A gathering of those shades who have failed in their attempts to pass through Death's Door, and now linger, with nowhere to go. They huddle around the embers of a fire. Some of them rub ash into their skin to feel the memory of warmth. Crude shades for your crew. I'm kind of full on crew. Depart quietly, leave dead surveyors, trade Practicor for souls. These shades only have one thing to sell, their souls. 50 speed, her AT was at 92 or something. That is certainly a lot better. That is certainly a lot better. What happens if we do this? Terra's fallen. Renewed. The shades sit at your feet. You are surrounded by an arc of porcelain death mass, all tipped avidly towards you. When you have finished, they rise with a new purpose and turn towards death's door. They are determined to try again. Aw. No wonder you reduced terror. That's a good thing. It might still fail, but that's a good thing. The Division of Heart. Many have fallen here, seeking to plunder the treasures of heaven. Music! Supplies! Bureaucracy! Hi. Ooh, solid hit. Fortune bound bumping into the side. Otherwise, I would have looked nice. Use your cannery to extract its heart. It's said that something of value can be found in the shriveled casing of its heart. I'm actually able to do this now, so... Hours? The contents of a heart. No part of a Bureaucracy is notably edible. Most of its mass is stony plating, and any nuggets of flesh that can be found are stringy and sour as old milk. So you put your cannery to another use. After much boring, you reach its heart, gray and brittle. Cracking it open, you find a cluster of gritty hours inside, the preserved moments of an old bitterness, upon which a common cantankerite dwelled, bloating into a bowl as it accreted new layers of plating and spite, like a pearl around a grain of sand, or gallstone around its first fleck of crystal. Huh. Also been playing Death Stranding since it's free on Epic over Christmas. It's an interesting game. So I've heard and seen. I picked it up for free too. I haven't played it though. As usual with me picking up things on Epic, I pick them up for free, spend no money, and then then they're just there. The nameless spirit must be paid. The nameless spirit leaves the jar containing its voice on your dinner table. The spirit itself sits on the other side of the room, trying to look uninvolved. My next month's pay is due, remarks the jar, conversationally. Stuff the jar with sovereigns. Sometimes you want to be able to dine in peace, but no. On the money or board of the covenant, your litigator leave. No, we want our litigator, so offer up another vision of the heavens. It's what the nameless spirit is out here to seek. Sights offered up. This is what the nameless spirit has missed, walled up inside the Blue Kingdom. It tells you so in halting terms with the jugged voice. The jugged voice. Meant to be a captain, it says significantly. I was, at one time. Nameless spirit will assist you for a month before further payment is required. Are you streaming it? Seems a little rough on my PC. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, to be honest. It's like I picked it up for free and I haven't touched or anything, so I don't know what I intend to do with it, but we'll see. I have tons of other games as well that I may or may that I need to get through. And Persona 5 is definitely still on my agenda of I want to fit in. I haven't had a slot. The sky ahead is smogged with dimming dust. You near? The Forge of Souls. Newport, the Forge of Souls. Once life was made here, now it houses the kingdom's records. Second main zone of the game, and it's much longer than the first zone, so I'm not sure how far into the game I am. I do not know either. The Forge of Souls. A colossal, many-towered citadel contains the Lyceum, an ancient library and rumored to hold the fabled Forge of Souls within its depths. See, it has a bargain on hours. Huh. Hastening the end, a visiting London aristocrat has become besotted with the scale and splendor and sequence of the Blue Kingdom. He sees no point in delaying his return here as one of the dead, and is selling his pension of hours in order to accelerate his end. Gemstones is something we do need, but we don't have room at the moment. But I will keep this in mind. The Court of Dust. A somber citadel of many towers broods behind high, bronze walls. A cloud of dust hangs over the towers. Occasional slivers of gemstone in the cloud sparkle as they catch the light. This is Lyceum, a library of legend and guarded fortress of knowledge. It is forbidden to all, but a select few. You can do this again after 2 weeks have passed. Wander the courtyard. A few spirits wait, hopefully in line for gates that don't open. Officials sometimes pass through on their way to somewhere more important. Observe your ptarmigan. It has followed you from the engine. Its tendrils probe the ground. What is it doing? Impatience. The ptarmigan flattens itself on the floor and lies still for several moments. Abruptly, it stands and makes its way over to your feet. It taps a tendril on the ground meaningfully. You have brought it to the correct place, but it requires more. The Forge of Souls needs to be operational. Approach the gates. A few lonely spirits mill about in the courtyard, unable to pass the gates. Perhaps you'll fare differently. Turned away. The gates are high as tall cedars. Masked faces carved into the bronze gaze down upon the courtyard impassively. Beyond the gates, the towers of Lyceum rise higher still, forlorn and foreboding. For want of a knocker, you pound your fist against the bronze. A few spirits turn their heads in wonder, but nothing happens. Then, slowly, a thin grate shrieks open in the lower part of the left gate. A skeletal face peers out. You're neither yoked nor ephemera. The Lyceum is not for you. The grate shrieks closed. We need a different status. Go figure. In a different status? Here? The Forge of Souls? More likely than you bloody well think, that's for damn certain. Yo, no such place as now. Okay. We don't know yet. We will. We are here. And we know where it is. Unfortunately, we need a different status. We need to be either yoked, something past that wall that wants to kill us. We need to be yoked, which is to basically be in servitude, or we need to be ephemera, which is, I believe, already dead. Or something to that effect. Exactly. I need to stop being so alive. You are actually not wrong on that accord. I need to stop being so alive. Technically. Bureaucratically. We don't need to actually get rid of our living, but, we need the mechanisms to grant that we are indeed, not. And this thing wants to kill us. This thing wants to kill us. And we are in a horrible place. Oh god. I do not know how I got hit there, but I'm not about to bloody well question it. Oops. I thought that didn't hit, so I went to, prematurely blast it, as so. Okay, fire's dead. Burning ring of fire, burn, burn. Blue logos diminished. A wheel of living flame, a commandment of the westernmost king's highest law, an utterance of fire and glory. This logos was of the order of perfection, appointed to extinguish errors of vitality. The anti-deceased, hi, that's us, are their prey. It is not dead, only diminished. It will rekindle in time, at which point it would be advisable to be far away. Celebrate our victory. Also, yes, loud fire. And everyone celebrates. These are the only logos we have to worry about at the moment as far as the fire ones go. Blue. We are no longer invisible or enemies with everything. We are instead just simply about to hit a wall. No. We are anti-deceased, which means they are our only enemies. Well, not our only enemies, but only of the logos that we have to worry about. See, some of these corridors are sometimes very, very relatively smaller. Cersadia, or whatever, however the hell you pronounce it. This game will never let go of things I cannot pronounce. An Azure Logos of the Perfection guards here from the antithesis. Hi, that's us, unfortunately. Fortunately, we're just happen to be in the wrong motherfucking neighborhood. And kill you, that'll save you time on bureaucracy. No, actually, I think that makes the bureaucracy worse, because then we need to go through the entire damn process. And that'd be a nightmare. And we would have a train to get around to do it. The Mile of Mourning. Oh, there's some ruins here. Given up their journey to death's door. We'll leave them to their affairs. Steam away, the shades watch you from behind their sullen mass. We don't want to get rid of more of our heavens, because, I use those to pay things. We'll go, this way. Sure, why not? Hope there's no more blue logos around. Blue of souls in the Blue Kingdom invites predators. Oh god, that's a lot of spear. First, hi. That was sure as hell tracking us. We need to keep going up. Death's door is up. Stop firing rockets at me. There's a locust somewhere nearby. It's not blue! Hey! Is that didn't think it was blue, I think it was red. Either way, we don't have to worry about it, and we are on the right track. To Death's Door. Is that what I think it is? A golden immortal monument celebrating the victories of the unconquerable sun. Also, there's blue logos on the other side of that. Let's not worry about that, and let's just go to the Horologian. The Great Dial, Horologian, is in motion. It is the clock of the Blue Kingdom, dictating the hours of the observances, rituals which govern the progress of the spirit toward Death's Door. Beneath its face, thousands of spirits labor to power its revolution. Above, greater spirits of Oriat's majesty preside over the regular observances. It is both a symbol and vital function of the bureaucracy of the dead. Observance of the Horologian are not intended for living? Nah. Approach Horologian. The observances are mandatory for spirits at Horologian. There's an observance for every status, and once begun, may not be escaped. You are not invisible. The hour has come. What hour? We're about to find out. In motion. Your engine lands at the appointed place in the shadow of the Gnomon. You step from your engine into the face of the Great Dial. Oriat's ministers with crowns of molten gold turn to you as you disembark. An observance is about to begin. Every spirit has its place during the hours chimed by Horologian. You are about to be shown yours. Observe the yoked. At this hour, Horologian undergoes maintenance. You are not yoked. You are not permitted to participate, but you may watch. Because we are not one of the yoked. Cleaning the clocks. You are not allowed below the Great Dial. Instead, you and your crew are permitted to stand at the rim and look down. A river of spirits churns, sluiced through the vast, intricate machinery beneath the Blue Kingdom's clock. The spirits carry buckets and amphora filled with souls and vinegary wine. As abruptly as it began, the cleaning ceases. A torrent of thin, gray, flawed souls spills out below Horologian. Bells toll. The dial moves again. There's a number of events that can be happened here, across various things. It's quiet at this hour. And I intend to keep track of it because there can be some good things, the beneficial things from it. Shafts of light flung from Death's Door illuminate the face of Horologian in a brief corona of dazzling gold. For a moment your engine is washed in a terrible radiance. Then you're away, and the dial is behind you. Anyways, this thing's trying to fucking kill us. It's not allowed. It's really not allowed. Court of the Sun's daughter, whose radiance is a glory of the heavens. Ooh, it dodged. It dodged. Well played. You speck of fiery language, you. Terror reduction. Guarded and glorious kept here. The preserve of the daughter of the sun. Alright, come on. Where's our big trigger? By that I mean, where's our big label? I don't know is the answer. Actually, it might not be... Yeah, that's not a huge main port. Ah, over there. Say hi to Death's Door. We're not flying into that. I don't know what happens if you fly into Death's Door, but I'm not about to find out. We need to go that way. Maybe don't go in there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That is indeed what I was thinking as well, Cybershot. The navigator turns away from the window in the looming shape of Death's Door. Let's not linger, Captain. Newport, Captain. Your crew crowd to the windows. Death's doorstep. The catafalque. A knot of houses surrounds the station. Past these, the landscape declines into mud and misery. Somewhere beneath that black mire lies the catafalque, where spirits approach their end. Alright, is this where I need to supply? Yes, it is. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Money! The sequestrator sends a servant to arrange the exchange. It is one of the yoked dead, the shade of a lumbering creature, resembling something between a lobster and a whale. It strings each cage onto its back, oblivious to the bites and scratches from the occupants. With a complicated bow, it drops something at your feet. Thank you. 2 otherworldly artifacts, 300 experience. Souls for silver. Only a minority of the shades of the Blue Kingdom are human, or even human-like. Here, between Death's Doorstep and the Endless Furrows, a group of pachydermatous spirits congregate. Their thick legs and the prehensile trunks that hang from behind their huge porcelain death masks are caked with the local grey mud. They will exchange souls, possibly theirs, possibly not, in exchange for sovereigns, which they eat one by one before taking the next. It is a slow transaction. Let's just say it's a one-way trip. Yeah, feels like it. Feels like it would be. Let's grab some of these, reinvest the money we just got, because we don't have many of them, and they're cheaper than what we would have to pay here. Could buy Petrichor. We don't want to buy Petrichor. Death's Doorstep. Wander the streets of the officially nameless town. A town of spirits too cowardly to pass on. There are few such specimens. Only the most committed kind of cowardice can survive death. Gonna try an elite deep dive solo-ish luck. Good luck, Cybershot. You will need it. Bonne chance to you, indeed. Bonne chance. Make your way to the Endless Furrows. Careful, the mud can devour a boot hole. Let's see here. That we need to do, but we need to get our status. Same with that deal. Don't know how to approach that at the moment. Wants to take his friend to Death's Door. That's something we do need to do. How? I don't know, because I've never done a story, but we are at Death's Door. We are where we need to be. I don't know which options we need to do, though. Wander the streets. As you walk down a crowded thoroughfare, you notice the mass shuffling to one side and dropping reverently to their knees. Some are rising unlit candles. Some have retrieved broken hourglasses from their robes. Others are scrawling complex symbols on the floor in chalk. Oh, I think I've had this one before. Look to the nameless spirit for guidance. You've been kneeling as well. Servitor of the Blue Kingdom once more. Gently push you to your knees and hand you a stick of chalk. Draw your name in the gutter and sweep it out as you walk past. Do instructed. Doesn't glance our way, and it's gone. Once more. More sky stories. Yay. More tales there. Actually, I don't mind getting around to those. But this is why we want to keep our litigator nearby. Our litigator's great. Alright, so what happens if we make our way here? Here we go. The Endless Furrows. Once, the vast grounds around Death's Door were called the 7 Concentric Gardens. There were flowers, grass, trees, leaves still attached. Now, there is mud. A squalid, black, hungering mud. And a seething sea of the mass dead. Digging and scrabbling, churning, overturning, searching. Useless now to try to cultivate even a blade of grass. But a few yoked gardener spirits dash between the trenches, rakes and hoes aloft. They are still stubbornly attempting the impossible. One the visible or the antedeceased? I like by having no shovels. Everyone has a door to their death, buried somewhere in the mud. The trick is to find it. To find it, one must dig. I don't want to do this, however, here is something that we do need to do. This is what we're looking for here. Speak with the sigilless devil about the navigator's quest. The devil rushes towards you. He is charged with handling a specific set of unusual cases, and apparently Alton, born upon his friend's back, is one. A firm handshake. Let's get you where you need to be. Just the one. The devil pulls out a pair of calipers to measure Alton's left ear. This way. He leads you past rows of shuffling dead. As you walk, the devil squints at the navigator through one eye, then the other. Oh, that is clever. He gestures downwards, to a stone slab coated in mud. This door for Alton. The devil turns to the navigator, shaking his head. Your circumstances were a poor fit for your soul, so you changed your circumstances. A neat trick. Man fits you much better. He turns several pages on his clipboard. Sign here, please. And then, with another handshake, he's scurrying back across the furrows. You heave Alton's door open and drop into the darkness below. The fortunate navigator has spoken with the sigilless devil. He knows which is the correct line for Alton to pass through Death's Door. Something about his soul. Or fit for your soul, so you change the second. This trick. Man fits you much better. Hey, he's talking about the whole other aspects. Maybe that's related. Or it's something different. I never know with this game. It could be just what was stated before about our navigator. Or it could be, something weirder. You never know. You never know with this game. Anyways, let's continue onwards. The catafalque. Below the mud, you find yourself in the catafalque, a candle-decked labyrinth filled with the endless lines of shuffling, silent dead. Death's Door waits at the other end of the tunnels. Most of the candles are burned to stubs, leaving the floor caked with runnels of wax. Logi, the living words of the sun, patrol the tunnels. Their elegant sigil forms roar with fire. They and a few stubborn candles are the only light left. Offer help to a lightless spirit. Administering tests of soul quality. and the lightness cannot pass. One miserable spirit clings to the wall, and beating its fist against the stone. You inherit the lightless spirit's soul flaw. Huh. Scour the scrawled messages on the walls. The walls are etched with the final words, the voices. Hold up a candle, you can make out some coherent words. Cover the dead's temporary leave of absence, you'll need to pay a costly tithe to Logai. No desire to witness death's door for now. Press deeper in the cataflag. Tunnels open up ahead, and a ring of Logai circle the ceiling. You'll need to pass a test in order to progress. Let's scour this for now, while we're here. Messages from the dead. She held my head beneath the waves. My murderer. My love. Seems familiar, although I don't think she killed us. God, I am sorry for my sins with all my heart. If you read this, I'm sorry. Where are you? Where are you? Where? Eaten by... not fair. I was hungry too. Is this all there is? A savage secret. Ugh. Join the queuing dead. The fortunate navigator holds Alton as he did when he first carried him from the tomb, like a knapsack on his back. Demurring. The navigator's face is as expressionless as a waxen mask. He moves closer to you so that his shoulder brushes your arm. Captain. Before the navigator is an endless line of the dead, plodding in silent acceptance. The navigator gazes ahead, peering into the dark. He leaves the line. This isn't right, he says. Take us back, Captain. This was a mistake. Speak to the navigator back aboard your engine. The fortunate navigator shrank from death's door. Return to death's doorstep. You need a change of clothes. These ones are stiff with mud. So he balked. Why did you balk, oh fortunate navigator? Oh, I need nectar. Ah! Alright, I need to go back for some nectar, apparently. Alright then, time to find some nectar. Which means going to my bank. Which means we might as well head back this way. Pick up some gems at the Forge of Souls, because, well, we do need 5 of those. Don't know if this is actually way through, but this is what I'm exploring. Thank God, so it's just a bridge, and alright, we're good. We can indeed go through here to go through there. Well, we'll worry about the shadow of the sun later. Alright, but something we do know now is the pathway. Which means speed. Oh gods. God damn it. I hate everything about that wall. Ooh, there's 2 of them. Olé! Ow, that hurts. Now just get away from me, you fiend. Search this meat, search this maw. We get more supplies. And cry for the damage to our hull. And hope we don't suffer more fighting this thing. Okay, good, it killed it. Otherwise, that could have been bad. 6 stray souls indeed. Excuse me, more supplies, please. Thank you. Alright, let's try this again now. With less ramming into walls like a derp. Ignore that because that would relent to stopping. I don't give in to temptations. Oh, who am I kidding? I definitely give in to temptations, just not this time. Fucking hells, I hate this place sometimes. Its enemy concentration is silly, and the amount of damage things do is also silly. Fuck off, you damn fiery git. Look at how much it's firing. It's ridiculous. I'm being backed into a corner. Basically, I'm in trouble. And I did not hit it when I really, really, really need to hit it. You get the fuck out of here. Living in souls. I don't care for their faults. I just want to get through. Alright, produce our terror. Try to keep on going forward, and I hate how I still hear shit. It worries me that there's more, which is why I'm just trying to get through. My hole has seen better days. Much, much, much better days. With this vault's treasures, a recess in the matches the shape of one of your otherworldly artifacts. Locking the vault with your otherworldly artifacts, you claimed the rare souls within, but the vault was watched. Vividly in this case by Spearfur, who wants the loot that we well earned ourselves. We earned this fair and square. Now, if you'll pardon me, I would love to be able to repair off of you. That would be wonderful. Oh, I accidentally got into machine gun range, apparently. But it's fine. It's in death range. Like the survivors of the crew. Still live despite your barrage. Well, we can only suffice with more souls. Unparalleled souls, so at least that's a good haul. But no repair option, which is tragic. Which is very, very immensely tragic. Can we improve skills any? Yes, we can. Even up to the 5,000ers. Let's see here, if we're going by our lowest, then Mears is still our lowest at the moment. But I do kind of want to get my irons up, so the irons it is. Help us with checks, and seeing the number of irons checks that I'm just barely shy of at this point. We'll use our officers again. Hearts right there. Mirrors right there. Veils right there. Although we could get hearts, but veils is actually a good one. Iron, hearts, hearts, and okay. Alright, Forge of Souls. I need to try to make a little bit of money off of you, so I need 5 of your deals. Ancient machinery, unused since the fires at the forge were extinguished. Which is, unideal for some of our quests, but we can't enter anyways because we need certain status. Clay Conductor frowns. I was expecting something more. Looks like a library. Someone informs him that that's exactly what it is. He sighs theatrically. Looks like a library. It is. Well, man. I didn't turn quite right. There we go. And in we go. See, we don't care about the hours. We do need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. Pricey? Yes. Will we be getting profit off of them? Yes. Not as much as if we had tried to get it from other sources, but it's still profit. Profit is profit, which is profit. I believe that might actually be another way through. And something evil and fiery, which we are not going to worry about. We have a well to go to. Oh, whoops. White well. God damn, there's a thing here. Ah, fuel for my troubles. Yeah, fair enough, I'll take it. Let's try again. Don't hit anything. Patient as clay. Oh, the dog is on the loose again. Impression that they're playing a game. Great scrutiny of your aunt. Yeah, no. It's fine, the dog's worth it. Oh, look, there's multiple things here. Scavenge! Oh, there's no repair on that. I could have done with a repair on that. How unfortunate. There's a treasure deal down there. Trade living food for... oh, gemstones. The dead of this enclave are engaged in an unseemly revel. Though their masks are solemn, their antics are merry. Some dance or chase each other in sports, or languishly entangled. All of it takes place in utter silence. When they notice you, some abandon their antics to approach you, curious. Could join the silent celebration, don a mask, drink the moonlit waters, dance with the dead, or trade living food for gemstones, which we probably do want to do. The shades are keen to taste flavors they dimly recall from life. Good business. You open a crate of Murgatroyd's fungal crackers, and they fall ravenously on the contents. In return, they give you a cask of gemstones, blazing all the colors of the sky. A satisfactory trade. Yes, it is, actually. Yes, it is. That's 40, the cost of 40 for something that we know requires like 300 to purchase. And something is trying to kill me again. It's fine, I shall take up this space crockery and try to get to the White Well. We could probably do something extra with this extra gemstones, actually. I think we could, actually. Okay, I'm just remembering. There is. Might be a thing if it was one cask of gemstones. Hopefully it was. It isn't, well, at least I have them. I at least have them, and that speaks for something. Here for the punishment, and Erroneous dead. Wellmouth. Terror one the failed dead. Tale of terror for some terror. There is a new thing here, though. The Church of Judas Palm. The church stands dark and forbidding at the edge of the well. Check on the Palmas. Their wooden church stands completed at the well's edge. Dark and ramshackle and ice-hemmed. A misbegotten church. The twice-scorned priest stands at his altar, delivering something half-curse, half-sermon. The widows have promised to kill us if we don't leave, he roars, his knife-gnarled fist raised. May their victuals turn to scorpions in their mouths. May their limbs atrophy, their minds unravel, their souls be damned. Once the sermon is over, he draws you aside. The Palmas are running perilously low on food. They need your help. Can't they trade with the stone-faced court? Heard it's glimmering on the other side of the well. The Graven have food to spare. Offer to bring them supplies, you can't just let them starve. Or maybe they should consider leaving the White Well. The widows don't want them here. The supplies are already vanishing. The relentless winds are scouring them to the bone. Or refuse to help, you've done enough. This will condemn the Palmas to death. Can't they trade? Flesh faileth of fatness. The twice-scorned priest spits on the floor. The Graven fear offending the widows too much to trade with us or give us work. We could offer them disguise, but maybe the widows would just kill them anyways. Seems like they're in a shitty situation. But what can I do about it? Is an excellent question. I'd do. Well, we can offer them to bring supplies. You can't just let them starve, indeed. Knees weak through fasting. The priest nods, chewing his lip until blood trickles down his chin. Thank you, he says finally through gritted teeth. He takes you down to the half-dug cellars and shows you their existing supplies. A few sacks of grain, some hanging strips of salted pork, a crate of teeth-cracking biscuits. This wouldn't be enough for a congregation half its size. They'll need more. A lot more. The Palmas at the White Well have requested 10 supplies. You need to bring them all at once. Oh, good. Visit the twice-scorned priest. One parishioner is gnawing at a twig he found under the snow. If you don't bring supplies soon, the Palmas will starve. I could afford 3. No, I'm gonna help him. Finally have enough supplies to survive. You've brought a moderate amount of supplies to go to bed tonight without entirely dreading the morning. Enough to tame the hunger, to turn it from raging beast into a grumbling companion. Leave the church. Leave the priest concerned, cursing rings in your ears long after the church itself has been swallowed by the driving snow. Brought a huge amount of supplies. Enough. For the seeable future, at least. You brought a moderate amount of supplies. Enough to drive the wolf away, for at least a little while. Let thy servants rejoice. With some help from your crew, the palmists drag crates of grain and biscuits and salted pork out into the snow. They're too exhausted to cheer and unpracticed at it anyways. This provides a respite, mutters the priest. Gives me time to worry about other things, like the widows who prowl around our church at night, singing strange songs in a heathen tongue. Alright, we'll leave for now. They have three deals, and they need 7 more, basically. Keep that in mind. I could probably ferry a whole bunch of stuff, if need be. It probably will. Alright, let's go into here and see what we can do at the Stoneface Court. Holds dominion here over the quick and the dead. I really cannot afford to be bonking against the side of things, me. Come on now. See here. Sell a whole bunch of these. The Graven awaits your arrival at the station, twitching its robes in irritation. It has pulled a hood close about its bone face, clearly ashamed of the meager handful of gems that gleam there. As its clerks carry your delivery away, the Graven expresses gratitude, and promises to return the favor someday, through an experience and a cryptic benefactor. Ministry-approved literature. A theologian who traveled here from London is selling his Bibles, his prayer books, and his hymnals. Having witnessed afterlife firsthand, he has come to regard them as works of naive fiction. Well, we'll invest in some. Alright, let's see here. Seek entry. Skipping the line. They just shrugged. Ask your litigator to intercede on your behalf. Your champion glides forwards, smoothing, flattering, placating. Entry lasts 1 month only, says the administrator, sampling a certificate and handing it to you. Another good reason to. Well, I failed. Well, you tried, at least. You tried, and that's what counts. Brave as you were, you tried. As you step inside the court, you are immediately accosted by another skull-headed gentleman, though his ivory is noticeably more worse for wear than the administrator's, yellowing, cracked, pitted with craters. The curious official glances irritably at its clipboard. Ah, an end to decease. Don't worry, champ. One day you'll get there. Inevitably, in fact. He looks over you, and imminently one can hope. Well, follow me, I suppose. I'm your guide. Welcome to the court, etc. Follow the curious official. The court is freezing, so wrap up warm. Wouldn't want you catching your death. A little Blue Kingdom humor there. Your footsteps ring out as you walk through the labyrinthine corridors of the Stoneface Court. The bleak stone catches the echo and magnifies it 100-fold. Delightful, aren't they? Mutters the official as you walk past a row of misshapen gargoyles. The court is vast and cold and almost entirely empty, unless you count the statues. Everywhere you look, there are statues in varying states of decay. Alright, port report. I have port reports elsewhere, I've noticed. Let's do a moment of inspiration. Judge about the industrialist's lost love, and there we go. That's what I was hoping for. Offer a tithe. The judge is always in need of more gemstones. A lead. She examines each gemstone expertly. This changes everything, she says. I'll close the courtroom and get to work. Return at the end of the day. When you return, she is sitting before a book that's easily 4 times as tall as she is. The pages are cast from brittle clay, and a servile graven stands atop a precarious stepladder, turning them periodically. She holds up a hand as he finally reaches the correct page. The spirit you seek has been judged as dead, says the judge. She has moved on to death's door. If you're lucky, you can reach her before she passes on. The industrialist's lost love has already been judged. You should find her at death's door, if she has not yet passed beyond. There you go. We have progress there. Watch the trials of the dead. Ah, it's this one again. Forgive, get a savage secret with some terror. And now we can return outside and move on. Move on to Sky Barnet because, well, we need some nectar. I was gonna say, please don't be blue. It is not blue. It is yellow. It will not harass us. Thank fuck. We are, with our current amount of full, are not about to piss it off in any way, shape, form. I'm curious what's over here, though. So, I mean, let's see. I still hear that fire. They're loud enough. Okay, cool. Just the edge of matters. You know, that's fine. I like seeing the boundaries of the place. It helps. Helps make decisions on where to go and how best to approach them, and yada yada yada. Let's see how far it goes. It might curve back. It'll likely curve back. If it's somehow a straight way through to Sky Barnet, then that'd be mildly convenient, actually. Spear fur and a red one. You know what? Let's leave them be. Grave robbers and spearfurs haunt these passes, seeking to plunder the Blue Kingdom. Yeah, we just saw a fight with the little guys for one of those. We're gonna stay out of the crossfire of that. If it was just the machines, I would have taken a stab at them, but the current case of being... not gonna worry about it. On the plus side, this does indeed seem to go straight on through. Yay! Da 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 da. There is treasure right here to pick up. Supplies! And a Star Mountain Explorer, which I'm actually kind of fine with. Has a chance of being repair, and they aren't all too difficult. Enemies. Nope, just loot. Boo-hum. And just an uncanny specimen. How droll. How droll. By that, I mean how unfortunate, really. I really could do with repair. Hi! You. I'm not going to be able to outrun it. Although I have put myself into a very precarious situation that I could not wait for too long in. Okay, it's dead. It's dead. Bronzewood, yes. 3 bronzewood. Excellent. Get the fuck back to Sky Barnet. With my 16 hull, I somehow miraculously did not take damage. And I am stunned by this, but I'm not about to question it. Hells no. We are getting back into the safety of Sky Barnet. Do you have any other opportunities for money here? Also, our terror's getting up, but there's ways of diminishing that, as we've seen. Alright. Okay, cool. Gratitude for that. Don't mind if I do. Requisition repairs, you have some sway at the embassy. Obsolete. The engineer appointed to you is accompanied by a trio of mass spanner-carrying shades, his apprentices. He directs their work, but they learn very quickly. This seems to distress him. Yet to find anything the dead can't do better, he confides. That was a good haul. Deliver reports. Gratitude and sovereigns. Investing copies of their work. We don't need to worry about that. The gratitude is there for other deals. Let's see, regular 10. Gratitude for a cryptic benefactor. Or gratitude for a moment of inspiration and some information. Okay. No need to worry about that at the moment. Alright then, a nectar. There's our nectar. Alright, navigator. Console the fortunate navigator. He was about to fulfill his childhood promise, but he turned away from death's door. Alton's corpse only reminds him of his failure. Resolute. The navigator clenches the hot toddy you've brought him. You know, for how my throat has been, this gourd of Coister Nectar would probably do me wonders. For as apparently good as it is for the throat, it would probably do me wonders. It's nice, he manages after the first sip, and thank you after the fourth. When the mug is finally empty, he turns to the corpse of Alton, and propped to face the window. The family tomb was no good. Too gloomy, too dark. But you were there at death's door. You saw them. Alton deserves better. He puts his mug down, meets your eyes. I've been thinking about alternatives. The final decision. He must have a sky burial. It's not traditional, but I think it would appeal to Alton's sense of poetry. I need to leave him somewhere in the high wilderness. But where? Suggest the most serene mausoleum. It rests by a dead sun. Only those in high favor with her renewed majesty are permitted burial there. It is an exalted place. That still seems really gloomy to me. Suggest a weft of unraveled time. He'd be casting Alton into the tumultuous throes of frenzied time, and it would be tremendously dangerous to get there. That's an adventure itself. Not fucking kidding. Tempting on that regards. Suggest the Mother Mountains. He could be taken to the very peak. He'd be surrounded by only the winds and the open sky. Rest after his adventures. Suggests the Avid Horizon. It is an eerie, beautiful location. A thing of wonder, a liminal place, caught between the past and the future. Or suggest Titania. It is the most beautiful part of the Reach, itself a place of new beginnings and lifelong adventure. That should surely suit him. Oh, it's so tempting I have to do it. Suggest a weft of unraveled time. Open-jawed delight. That is it. Yes. The navigator moves to embrace you. He remembers himself and offers a handshake. That's perfect. A last journey to an uncertain destination. If he'd known this could be his last resting place, he would have begged me to arrange it. There we go. The navigator's promise. The fortunate navigator wishes to give his friend a sky burial in a weft of unraveling time, found in Albion. Well, I'm sure we'll be back in Albion at some point. To, regret our life decisions, but, for now, let's see what we have here. The Wheels of Diplomacy, Immaculate Souls for the White Wheel. The White Well, sorry. A discreet request. Five selections of Immaculate Souls are required at the White Well for political reasons. The White Well is northwest of Sky Barnet. We do have those. Salvaged from Sphere for engines or extracted from Blue Kingdom vaults, if you have sane equipment. And Burning Aspirations, gemstones for Death's Door. A young member of the London Embassy is hoping to win an audience with the Daughter of the Sun. He has traveled to Death's Door, but not managed to cross the Endless Furrows. The Shadow of the Sun, the garden palace where the daughter resides, is close to him. He hopes a gift might change the situation. 5 casts of Naventine gemstones should do it. Death's Door is north from Transit Relay on the far side of the Blue Kingdom. Voices of Yoked Spirits speak of a secure fortress in the Forge of Souls, holding casts of Naventine gemstones. An opportunity. Ooh. Might not pounce on that, but we'll see. First things first, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our collection of that stuff coming in handy. And so we need 7 more supplies for that, so let's load up on like 20 supplies, and that should still leave us with a reasonable amount of exploration opportunities. And fill up our rest with that. A lot of supplies we have at the moment, but we will be heading that direction anyways, so there's no reason not to do so. Alright. Much as we do need to go to the Forge of Souls, which then we can pop up to here, first things first, the White Well. Because we very much can do so. And thus should. The advantage with fuel around here is that you seem to be able to buy fuel just about anywhere. Fuel, fuel, and fuel. Technically, you can buy Prechicor everywhere too. We're hoping not to have to rely upon such. God damn it! Why are you back? Why is there always fucking something in my way around here? Piss off! I have places to go. I can't be fighting every dick trying to start a fight. Enclave of Dead Spirits, I don't care. Do not ram into me, you piece of shit. A red logos keeps this passage against any yoked who dare trespass. No, that one. We are not yoked. So we'll just pass on by. no need to worry. As long as we don't run into it. Because everyone's dicks who keeps on getting in our way. Like them. Lost supplies, lost fuel, gained terror. I almost have enough mirrors to say fuck you to him entirely. You two have fun there. Yeah, have fun with that fucker. We don't have to worry about it. Not in our current status. The narrow road, so thick beset. What's moving over here? Look at my dad. Yes, you do. Just repaired too. Really annoying. Damn Scrivener. Alright. Profit. The red-robed graven who collects the souls is, perhaps, pleased. It's hard to tell since he has meticulously stripped the flesh from his skull. This should suit the judge, he says, and supplements the agreed-upon amount with a couple of curios, which he promises have use here in the Blue Kingdom. 300 experience, 2 otherworldly artifacts. Ooh. Cool. Unremitting stone. We're just here for another port report, and then to move on. Alright, let's deliver these supplies to the Palmas. I'm sure we'll get absolutely nothing from the endeavor, but we'll at least be free of conscience for whatever horrible fates will probably befall them. It won't be one that we could avert. Winds call your engine. Not bad as other wells. Are they small enough? But a large amount. And a moderate amount. So, large amount puts us up to 8. Let thy servant rejoice. Your crates are dragged out into the snow amid a ragged cheer. The priest proudly shows you that Palma's farming efforts are improving. They've somehow managed to force the frozen ground to produce a single, somewhat edible turnip, and thanks to your generosity, no one will have to eat it. See your small amount of supplies. The Palmas are hollowed out, their eyes huge and shrunken faces. They lack the strength to carry the crates from your train. Your crew oblige on their behalf. Better than nothing, says the priest. His eyes gleam with a wildness you haven't seen before. Hunger has brought the animal to the surface. Thank you, thank you. We carry on. Alright, and one more of that. And the Palmas finally have enough supplies to survive. For the foreseeable future, at least. Stand at the right hand of the poor. We came close. The twice-scorned priest is sharpening the knife encased in his withered hand. A few days longer and there would have been butchery. He puts down the whetstone. I have something to tell you. I suspect the widows are not just here to care for the failed dead. Something else dwells below. Something they worship, and cultivate, and feed. I think they need to be stopped before they wake it up. Return in 2 weeks. I need some time to consider our next course of action. Ugh. And yep, Syrian Enigma. That is actually pretty worth 10 supplies. And as well, if this is leading to a potential anti-spider action, well, all the better. Fuck the spiders. Fuck them greatly. If we can kill them, well, let's see in 2 weeks. Just say no to spiders. Say no to spiders. Anyways, Forge of Souls, to get some gemstones, to carry on to Death's Door. The slightly expensive way, but it is still profitable. And profit we will get. Yep, the hungers indeed. What's here? The white rats, eh? Well, we're gonna get some repairs from the white rats. Thank you. I'm sorry for your untimely demise. There are a lot of things here. Supplies! That's a good find. And what's here? An Enclave of the Dead, probably? Yes. Anything worthwhile, like, hey! We just got his supplies. Now we trade that his supplies in for that, and this makes what we're about to do even more profitable. Especially since we just found those supplies floating around in space. Hey! I mean, we still need to buy 4 more, but more margins is more margins. And that's basically free margins. Huzzah! A little bit of luck for the troubles we've been facing here in the Blue Kingdom. I'll take whatever I can get. Hello, trees. I'm just exploring. Well, I'm not going super fast because super fast seems to betray me utterly. Much as I'd love to go faster. Probably will risk it at some point, but not in there. Not in that route up above us. I realized my finger was on screen, but not that it matters any. Back to the Forge of Souls we go. The Rat Brigade chitter excitedly. Could they make more rats here? Your crew are alarmed. They're like, oh, wait a second, this is probably not a good idea. Ah, something wants to kill us behind us. Let's not. An opportunity, a storehouse of sparks. Far from the central vaults of the Lyceum stands a small stone house, incongruous between 2 taller towers, perched on the roof of the great citadel. Ah, interesting. Mass spirits use the house to tidy away gemstones from the rest of the forge, pouring them into buckets according to color. The first adventurer holds the keys and guards access closely. White bargain can just take. Yeah, veil checks we definitely cannot achieve. Need a crew of stealthy sorts. Or trade 3 immaculate souls for the cast we need. Something to keep in mind, at least. But nothing I'm going to do. Also, the Venturer's Request. One of the first Londoners to cross the avid horizon, the Venturer skulks by the forge, collecting shards of Navartine. He parts reluctantly with the least of these. Now, if you're wondering if there's some connection to a certain activity we might have done in Sunless Sea with the avid horizon, and a certain fine fellow who wanted a whole bunch of items, well, you'd be making a correct assumption. We'll figure out more once we actually get in, but I'll make that connection because it's given enough hints on that accord. Yeah, there is 100% a connection between our adventurer and that one. A hush hangs over the place, a library beyond all the dreams of Alexandria. Good historical reference there. Now, is there a fiery motherfucker out here to kill us? Survey says... probably. Are we gonna engage it? Considering a terror, probably. If we do see it, it's dead. No, hey, it's you. It's like, oh, gee, look, shocker. Bad spot, bad spot, bad spots. Keep on moving backwards. And keep on firing our, own language at it. It is sentient language trying to kill us. We are returning the favor with that of the, Scornflukes. Oop, that was a little bit that way, but lateral damage at least. It's a battle of languages, and I'm not about to lose. As so. Reduce terror. Yay! Not just language, it's Star Law. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. While our weapon is the Lament of... To be fair, what is a decent power, the flukes are not to be understated. They do hold a place high up on the chain. They're just not exactly, as stated, Star Law. They're not embodiments of the correspondence released by a full-on judgment. That's a bit hard to beat. But it's fine. We're still shooting them with it anyways to great effect. Those fellows are here as well. Yeah. Alright, good hit, good hit, good hit. That was unideal. Alright, took a little bit of damage there. It's fine. There we go. Cover up to 20 points of hull. Salvage what you can. We have 85. Do we want to repair, or do we want to actually get some... Yeah, we'll get some loot from this. More Immaculate Souls. Like, of the two at the moment, we don't need up to 20. Also, this one could potentially, get me loot. It's a Resurrectionist. It could potentially get me repair stuff. Only one other place you see Resurrectionists, I believe, and that's at London's Graves. But it's fine. There we go. So I was hoping for. We drill up our own repairs. And quickly move on because, oh god, it's the terror. Not sure what other ways we can reduce terror around here, but I need to keep good watch on that, because that could be bad. For us. Very bad for us. Tremendously bad for us. Anyways, I'm gonna risk speed. And immediately have a deal here. Go figure. I'm not surprised at the size bit. That's how it always happens. Nope, nope, no, no. We don't want to eat. Let's drop! You don't want to eat none of that dead people food. Oh, goddammit. Seems to take this in good part. The jar laughs, a golden clinking laugh, and the spirit comes to fetch it again, before you confuse it with salt. Oh well. Accidentally spent 100 sovereigns on that because I wasn't expecting it to pop up. But oh well. At least 100 sovereigns isn't too big of a deal at the moment. Thankfully. Anyways. Supplies. Supplies from the really gripply crocodile-ish things. Is it fire? Okay, it's red. That's of concern to the yoked, and at the moment we are not yoked. Thankfully. We're gonna stop by and do that first, and then we're gonna pop by there. Yeah, Terra is not doing too wonderfully at the moment. It's fine. Probably not. Game doesn't like you running up your terror. Not on the slightest bit. This is Death's Door, where the dead tunnel to their final progress. Because even from here, you can hear digging. Forgot to read that part. Oh well. I read it now. Wander the streets. Our dealer, Testament of the Feathers. Testament of the Roses. Is there really no reason to say no? At the side of the street, trying to stop spirits as they pass, is someone not yet dead, an anti-deceased. He wears a mask, but is pushed up to his forehead, nose in the air. He is pushing a cart marked Curios of the Blue Kingdom, made of wood and painted with the design of lotus blossoms. He catches your eye. Do you have any artworks or masterpieces of the kingdom I could buy? Construct something from a few odds and ends. The dealer doesn't look especially canny. We literally don't have any of these. Claim it's a love tablet. Say it's a sacred history of the Blue Kingdom that describes the birth of the Western Judgment. So apparently we can only do that, we'll fail, and gain terror. Ugh. No way to back out of that, apparently. It is mightily unfortunate. The diplomat is grateful, though this is only a start. To impress the daughterless son, he will need far more gems than these. He passes you several permits as thanks, permitted to give out a few at my discretion. It's entirely legit. 2 ministry stamp permits, 300 experience, and an invitation to Perdurance. Okay, fair enough. And my terror is shit now. It is very, very, very bad. Alright, time to go over there. Time to go to the clock. And something is angry and fiery. And red, okay. It's just you again. You again. This is Court of the Sun's daughter, whose radiance is a glory of the heavens. That, however, is after our blood. She tries to put a brave face on, but even your aunt is horrified by the growing tension. You can smell the sherry on her breath. That's a sign of our terror. And me not being able to get a good shot on this thing. There we go. That's a good shot. Lean and endure this lean, cruel hour. Terror, yay! one of our first signs of doom and terror. Oh god, that Logos of the Perfection was right up against us. Hi, Logos. Don't mind me. I'm not yoked. Or invisible. If I was invisible, I'd be having to fight all of them, and that'd be terrible. Okay, good. Loot. Reduce terror. I'll take anything I can get my hands on. Ah, it's still quiet at this hour. Okay. Pity. I want to see more of those. Oops, I accidentally pressed R instead of dodge. Pity, but oh well. Let's see what we can't find off on this way. It has found something. A curiosity all the way out over there. Okay then. I'll bite. I'll bite at that. You have me curious. I believe I can make my way to the White Well from that corner of deals. Hi. Can you not get in my face, please? Bureaucracy's Cove. And it is the Deliverance that is here. Wreck, Captain. Mourn the dead. We'll reduce our terror, at least. Which, honestly, I will take it. At least I certainly won't argue against the matter. Yeah, can I improve my skills in anything? Yes, I can. I have my selection of the matters, in fact. That's 75, 76. Yeah, let's get another irons. Sure. Ooh, there actually does not seem to be a way around. That's, good to know, at least. There is no feasible way through this avenue. Oh, right then. Which means where the heck does that avenue lead to? Is an excellent question. Oh, wait, there's a tiny little avenue through. Aha. Okay, that explains it then. That's not just the complete dead ends to nowhere. Low guy patrol here. Said they guard the vaults of hidden souls. Yes, indeed. I don't know a good way to reduce my terror here, to be perfectly honest. So, not ideal, to say the least. I mean, there's killing Logos, but Logos are a pain in the ass. Logos of the Visitation. We have nothing to gain from going there. I believe technically we found all the main ports, which, as you'll notice, isn't much around here. Isn't much indeed. Let's risk speeding ourselves up a bit. I don't know if there's a way at Sky Barnet to reduce terror, but I'm willing to find out. Willing to speed along and hope. And then I'll reorientate and figure out what the heck we need to do. There's two potential statuses that we need to get into the Forge of Souls. Yoked and Ephemeran. However you say it. basically the status of being dead. Legally. Not just the status of not dead. Foods or gemstones? Don't mind if I do. That one is always a good haul. Definitely a very good trade, that one is. Alright, get to Sky Barnet. Make a judgment on what I need to do. What I need to do to achieve it, for that matter. 2 weeks pass and we need to go back to Wellmouth. But before we roll up through the time of that, we need to be... we probably need to kill some time. Do that, well, we need to do other things. Turn. Yeah, I've been away from Sky Barnet that they want to reduce my terror. Hey, thank God. It's something. There are 1 port report. For more of inspiration. Well, if we got 1 more of those, we could do so. The price of knowledge. Bronzewood for the Forge of Souls. An obsessed scholar is seeking permission to enter the library that is now housed in the Forge of Souls. It is said to contain records of every law, past and current, that the Suns have decreed. Unfortunately, the scholar's entry has been denied, and he requires 7 consignments of bronzewood to win the favor of its keeper, the Lamentation of Miss. Definitely take that. And, cage sketches for the Forge of Souls. Ah, look at that. So we need 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put that in. Put that in. Alright then. This will be a good amount of profit for this. Let's see here. Stock up on supplies, because those we can't buy places. We'll go 13. And leave it as such. Pilgrim's Arras. Began the luxuriant engine yard, where chassis gleam like starlight, and both engines and engineers are coiffed, polished, and meticulously upholstered. Ambassador's sister is entrusted with provisioning of armaments and equipment to visit captains. There was apparently no one better suited to the task. Probably read that one before. And later. Not overly worried about that, because I like the current one. Odyssey of Albion is just for a volume of notes on the kingdom. We used to hire certain assistants. None that we need to worry about, though. Okay, so for stuff we need to do, we need a different status somehow. We need to be one the status that could be let into the Forge of Souls. Go find her at death's door if she's not yet passed beyond. 15 days have passed. Traveling time found in Albion is not something we're doing at the moment. And we still have the Court of Apes stuff, that's right. We don't have a lot here, but we have important stuff, and a lot of it hinges on getting into the Forge of Souls. And quite frankly, I know I've done it before. I do not remember how I changed my status, though, to whatever I did to get into the Forge of Souls. I honestly don't. I don't remember at all. So, that's something I need to figure out. It's something I definitely need to figure out. Okay, let's go to the House of Days. I know we weren't let in because of a status to our soul. What was it we needed to fix that again? That's something I need to figure out. So let's go there. We do need to head to the Forge of Souls, but if there's anything here that'll let us change our status too, well, I'll figure out. But first things first, we are here for our deals, which we probably don't want to change our status until we've sorted out the embassy nonsense anyways. Whoops, this doesn't work. There we go. So, which way was it? Ah, claim the status of ephemera. Perhaps you're into deceased when you arrive here, but life is so short. Produce a witness to your death and be recognized as ephemera. Congratulate me on basically finishing the truth ambition on 1st January 1914. Nice, nice. Congratulations. That's the ambition I'm working on, and I'll figure it out as I go about. So was it my clear status? I don't want to get rid of stats yet. Oh god, that's right, it is permanent stats. Yeah, it is the clear flaw. Is that our only way? It is an excellent question. Hearts, it's always hearts. How far on are you on it? I am, at the moment, this far through. I have to visit the Forge of Souls, which means first things first, I need to get into the Forge of Souls. Which is why I'm here in the Blue Kingdom. And I'm trying to remember how to deal with clear. That's the only way, then that's the only way, but... be attained. Kind of from something. The Sand Garden. Right, Carillion, of course. Of course Carillion would be a potential deal. But what would I need for it? Disregard a death. Okay, so I could probably do it without reducing my deals by heading off to Carillion. Carillion wouldn't be a bad option. Yeah. Carillion would probably be my better option at this point. Yep. Didn't want to click on that. Alright. To the Sand Garden. Hi! Where the fuck did you all come from? I'm just leaving. Oh, also, welcome in, Tarachi. I did not say as much. I should have. Hello, hello, welcome in. Rude. Very, very rude. Alright, before I do that, I'm going to sell these things off onto the Forge of Souls and lament my, lament the loss of my hull from that thing somehow still being able to hit me despite being in the dock. But, yeah. First things first, let's complete those deals, and then I can just trudge back. I assume I can just trudge back easily enough through this avenue. Easily enough, depending upon how much evil and horrors is in the area. But we'll figure that out moment. But yeah, do you want to sell this up? Ah, Resurrectionist! Hello! I need repairs. You... Please give me repairs. Hey! There we go. The game apologized for its bullshit and granted me a free repair. Thank you, game. That one's blue. That's a Resurrectionist in the way. There's that to be in blue logos here. Yeah. That Resurrectionist is being way too brave, but I applaud their bravery. And that's where what their bravery got them. Death by logos. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's just a bunch of fire from the sun. It's not fine. Okay. Well, we got through that without damage. Reduce terror. Investigate the bodies. The cabin has been packed with gravelly sky ice to keep it cold. Corpses hang from a rail. As you are, so were you. The cabin has been opened to the cold, for the better preservation of the dead. The Resurrectionists keep their handful of corpses admirably catalogued. The old dangle with the old, the young hang with the young. A neat logbook records their provenance and items collected. Savage Secret, 2 Tales of Terror. Yay! By the way, I did it on Medea Train, 29 hold limit. That's not a whole lot of hold. I do value hold. But fair play on that accord. I, of course, have the Altani Outrider, and I have been thoroughly enjoying the Outrider. It's been a pleasant deal. Oh, I'm sure it's enough, but I like having all the hold. Case in point being my 44 total hold at the moment, I like all the hold that I can manage. I like having space. Makes me less worried when traveling around. Let's sell some stuff here. Opportunity that we're not worried about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The scholar's tattered gown makes him look like a bedraggled bat. This should be enough for a visit or two, he says, gleefully examining your delivery. I was told that Lamentation likes bronzewood, so bronzewood she must have. As additional thanks, he hands over some of his old research notes. Flicking through them, you suspect it is probably for the best he is far, far from London. They are experiencing a condemned experiment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Lamentation Servitor loiters by the dock. Oh wait, I had this from another place. Okay, I forgot to read this. A servitor has been set cataloging the various species of the sky by the lamentation of myths. She wished to know which beasts are descended from the Forge's creations. The servitor cannot leave its post at the Forge of Souls, and will pay for up to 5 caged catches to be delivered there. The Lamentation Servitor loiters by the dock. It is one of the yoked dead, its face concealed behind a porcelain mask. After examining your caged specimens and making several notes on a yellowing scroll, it pushes a small cask of gems into your hands. Perhaps it is pleased. And, oh hey look, speaking of which, cheaper gems. They say in New Winchester that the skies of the Blue Kingdom are hung with the diamonds the size of cows. A few gullible miners have made their way here, only to learn that the tales are exaggerated. This miner, for example, has yet to discover one larger than his head. Having a ton of hull and 2 large weapons was also pleasant. I'm sure it can be. Like, I'm skirting around with 91 hull and just a small and large weapon. Small being this, the best shotgun I can get in a small slot. Large being this. The Lament of Heavens. Which, speaking of which, I'm gonna need in a moment. Hi, Logos of the Perfection. Hello again. You seem to continue haunting me. Yeah? It's almost like you are dedicated to making my life a living hell. Oh wait, you are. That is a lot of fire. Okay. Yep. And yep, on the terror. At least this has been good for reducing my terror, but I'm still always nervous fighting those things. They're big and angry and have lots of fire. Suffice to say, our ship does not deal well with the fire. That is literally just the correspondence. Oh, that's 2 of these guys. Okay, don't mind me, bye. That one's following me. It knows what I'm trying to do, and that's completely 100% making a break for it. Ha ha! No trapping me between 2 of those things. No, not this time. Not this time. Alright, let's go into the relay once more. As we will be making our way to Carillion to get rid of our clear soul flaw. I calculated that the least important tool, at least in mid-late game, is cannery, so I didn't have it. Oops. That's on me for reading chat. So I didn't have, since the train only has 1 auxiliary slot. Ah, fair enough. I'm currently making do with all 3 at the moment. Because, obviously, the Outrider has a lot of auxiliary slots anyways, but I'm making it do a little bit more efficiently because I have a mining and a cannery in the auxiliary slots, but I'm currently putting my Assane in my plating slot because of this Watchers in Azure, which is, pretty neat. So I have that working for me to still have a sane, while making up my whole difference with the ratty baggage handlers. Then I just have butchery and mining in these 2 slots. Because that also gives me more hold and more armor. Amongst the other things, so... It's the way I'm making all of them work, because I believe in my initial run of this game, I only had mining. Which mining is nice, but I wanted to explore everything else as well. And thus making everything work on also having butchery and a sane. So, it's been cool having all the options available to me on this more complete run of matters. It's been super convenient. And neat just to see the various options, because yeah, Sane does have some nice stuff to him as well, I have realized. Cannery is not as obvious, but it's had some neat things. Like, say, a means of getting supplies out in the Blue Kingdom is handy. Nothing to argue against with that business. It means fighting the crocodile things, but, well, they're gonna try to eat you anyways. With such limited train as Medea, you have to sacrifice something. Yes, you are correct on that front. Sacrifices do have to be made with certain trains. I've been able to make it work because I have the Outrider. Other trains definitely, you have to make your choices. And like, technically part of my choices and sacrifice on this one is that I'm not some whole combat huge deal. I have things that work, and I make them work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Nice. Let's see here. Buy some more fuel for my trip to Carillion. You know what? Stock up on some excess supplies in my bank. Yeah? And, wait. I was gonna say, and a few for the road. Perfect. Perfect. 91 is okay. Yeah, it's like, I've made it work with the options that I have. Specifically, definitely, 16 armor on the Watchers in Azure has been tremendously helpful. Tremendously. While still having a sane. And then a bonus 5 armor on the mining deal is nice too. So it's definitely a make it work sort of deal. 20 crew. Yeah, I have 17 crew. 17 crew is mostly comfortable. With a little bit room for if stuff happens. Only thing I'm using to boost up my number of the crew is the +3 on the Pluto miniature law furnace. Which is also giving me, yeah, shocker, hold and hidden compartments. I just like the idea of having a law furnace. I'm breaking a lot of laws on my ship. The Pluto miniature law furnace here, and the Devourer of Distance here. Just breaking a few laws. No worries. You're just laws of the universe. Nothing could possibly go wrong with me, fading on that accord. Everything could go wrong, but it's fine, it's fine. Let us head to Carillion. So we're into smuggling. I've not done a lot of smuggling. I've done one bout of smuggling of 2 sets of books. I need 5 more if I really wanted to do it, but basically I unlocked it to see what it's all about because I've never unlocked smuggling before. And with only 2 deals, I can't exactly smuggle a whole lot, but it's an insurance policy. It's an insurance policy. if I really wanted to go into smuggling, well, you could really invest in more hidden compartments than just 2. My first successful was into smuggling a lot in order to complete the wealth ambition. The wealth ambition. The first time I played this game, what I ended up completing ambition-wise, and I don't know if this was before the Sovereign update, so, and there's a lot I didn't delve into story-wise, but it was like the Story of the Sky one that I did, which was interesting. Had a bit of a plot to it. But yeah, it was the Story of the Sky, or whatever it's called, a deal that I did on when I first played this game. This run that I ended up deciding to stream, I decided to go for the truth for the first time, as has been noted. And it's just been me trying to complete a lot more stories than what I completed on the other run, because there was a lot I didn't complete then. Alright, Carlian, I have a soul flaw to deal with. Hi. I don't mind giving some terror ROM here as well. Enter the foyer to do this, and oh yeah, you can listen to the will of people I'm here. You know what, sure, why not? When I start next chapter with Fame Ambition, I will be able to finish very quick. It definitely was a fairly simple one to complete. You just have to achieve some certain matters and all that jazz. So it wasn't too bad. But it also meant from completing it, there's a whole bunch of stuff I didn't do in the game, which is what I'm fixing with this streamed playthrough. Occasionally, yep, the laws. Alright. Hello, Geeky. Welcome in. Hope all's going alright. Tea. Tea. Can't go wrong with some bonus tea to just stick in my bank whenever I need it. Traveler on Carlian. Okay. So... the Sand Garden. Now, before I, no longer have access to the Sand Garden, basically a novice ambition, great for a start, yes, and I was glad to start off with that ambition on my very first playthrough years and years ago, because it definitely was a novice, get used to matters sort of deal, and it worked on that accord. Need a clear soul to be admitted. Now let's see here. If I'm not going to be able to come back here... Notating 5 penance inescapable truth, or 5 endurance. Ordeal and deprivation. Ordeal and deprivation are other deals. Although, where are you at is an excellent question. Donate 5 deprivation. Or donate 1 deprivation and 1 penance ordeal. Okay. So that's the main one. Now, who is here? I don't know, that's a good question. I'm not sure if I've been here. You know about the 4th ambition? Not really much. I know there is one, and I've seen some references on qualities, like something about a cup or whatnot. But other than that, I don't really know a whole lot about it. Like, I've seen some mention of a cup on, like, hey, look, there's a cup deal here. But otherwise, not a whole lot, just that I know that it exists and it has to do with the cup. Don't know a whole lot about the truth one either, and that's why I'm doing it, because I wanted fascinating lore. To make up for the fact that I didn't do a lore-based ambition in my Sunless Seas playthrough because I didn't die when I expected to die. Have you unlocked it? I'm gonna assume by that, no. I'm gonna assume by the fact that I don't know that means it's a no. So, meh. Yeah, I'll see if I find something on that accord. I'm trying to complete as much as I can. If I don't, well, yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, it is good to know it is an unlock thing. That is always good to know. Anyway, Sand Garden. Visit the Sand Garden. It descends into a tunnel. Carved over the mouth of the tunnel are symbols of death. A skull, a flail, a fly on its back. The way is dark, and the air is cold. The sand crunches underfoot. You embrace danger. You've come this way because of the darkness, not in spite of it. You will not be deterred. Not by fear, not by cold, not by hesitation or anxiety. You have chosen a way forward. That is all. Or you are numb. You feel nothing. All the ordinary sensations left you long ago. Unless you unlock it for your next captains, not the current one. You know, that makes sense. That does make sense. Not be deterred. In the pure blackness, you walk into a column of stone. No, more than a column, a divide, where the path goes left and right. You have to choose a way without reason. There's nothing here to determine which is best. Ah, Pentient Ape, huh? Turn to center of Carlian. Need Penance 10. How do I get Penance 10? That is an excellent question. Gain a great deal of endurance penance. Or the barrel of seasoned hours. There are ways of not having to wait. Like letting someone else wait in your place. Okay, let's see here. The devils call this place a garden in jest. It is barren sand under the rest of Carillion. Not served by any sunlight. The sand is coarse and itchy. The air dry and overhot. One feels hungry, thirsty, even a bit faint, just standing here. The Pentins here are mostly fierce, burly types, some of them scarred. One or two look as though they rightfully should be dead. Approach the Pentient Ape. What is it doing here? Any penances will do. Maybe accept indulgences? Ah, okay. That's fair. We can manage it while I'm trying to do other things. He has collected human souls, and now he is here to cultivate them. Assist the Pentient Ape? How did he even gain entry to the Sand Garden? Nonsensical chatter. He tells you, in a low murmur, this soul was a gambler, but a good one. Able to remember odds and figures. Fast at seeing an opponent's bluff. Took bets where he shouldn't. Calculated the odds of dying in a knife fight, and decided he didn't mind a 10% risk if the pot was large enough. A good soul, but it would be a better one if it could be coaxed, post-mortem, into a little more sense of mortality. That would make it more poignant. At least, so you gather, the ape does not use words like poignant. But you take its meaning. You're helping a Pentecost ape. Ah, yeah, it is a Pentecost ape. I'm not surprised one bit. Like, of course, it's a Pentecost ape. Why would it be anything otherwise? Who would rather be other than he is? Inescapable truth? Penance excess. Give the ape a truth. Souls can't be polished post-death. Probably not, anyway. There are things you've seen and learned in your sojourn in the Garden of Insatiable Roses. Okay, Penance Excess 5 or Inescapable Truth 5. And it is, of course, all the way down at the bottom. Because of course it is. Well, if he wants to transform himself, there's a good place for that. Yeah, not wrong. Alright, so the ape needs excess or inescapable truth. We do not have a flickering soul, but we do have a stained soul. So we could get 5 excess there. And donate it from that. What does excess need? Only penitents with stained souls may visit the garden of insatiable roses. Let's go read the footprints. Who has come here before you? Yeah, sure, who's come here before. The footsteps of men and women and devils and goats are printed in the soil. And there, unspoiled by the other tracks, a highly arched footprint with 3 toes. How often asleep have you remembered this creature? And how often have you forgotten it, waking up? Hellish Penitent. Okay, I do have the Hellish Penitent. They need inescapable truth or endurance. Alright, hearts. Hearts, 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 hearts. We have ways of getting our hearts up. I don't think we have anything. Yeah, we don't have enough XP here, but we can better our odds a little bit with our officers. And be sure to turn it back when we need to, because I don't want to leave and accidentally not have that. Mirrors, irons, veils, hearts. Immediately down something, but that's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Ignore it. Hearts, iron, veils, mirrors. You will give us our best odds. Back to our journal. We do not leave while that's going because it might fuck things up. Back to here, and the worst thing we probably can potentially get is terror. Wood from the back of a wardrobe, folded newspaper, musty correspondence. The smell of a mother's hidden keepsake drawer, opened by a child. Alright, 68 chance, and we need 5 of them. Is there anything else that could potentially use excess? Deprivation ordeal? Ordeal deprivation? Escapable truth endurance? And... okay. 1 success. A change. An uncanny engineer transcribed tombstone epithets in ancient languages. For the pendant's own good, she's being made to read the unexpunged history of the worshipful company of the Cooperers, all 17 volumes. This is what happens when you ask too many questions, remarks the supervising devil. As for your punishment, it does not bear speaking of. The experience leaves your throat parched. Ah, there's our failure. Because of course. Scholar visited the dreams of strangers and returned with souvenirs. Till the penitent recovers from his inclination, she has been tied to a whirling carnival ride and not allowed to get down for 3 days. Oh, gods. Oh, 68% chance, come on now. A scholar conducted a public performance of readings from an enemy's diary. To cure these defects of character, he is having to sort documents into 15 piles according to the reason they are censored. Thank you. A breeder of plated seals. Oh, plated seals. I love plated seals in Fallen London. They're adorable little things. Armored terrors of adorableness. A breeder of plated seals studied the Babylonian number prophecies despite the warnings of the church. In order to correct these flaws, he is being forced to copy out the map of a city forbidden to human visitors. The penitent glares at the supervising devil. Success! A scholar acquired a pair of embalmed crabs. that on inspection turned out to be banned animals. To cure these defects of character, he's been made to read an Empyrean dictionary aloud from cover to cover. "So would you say your curiosity has been exhausted?" asked the supervising devil. "I'm getting way more failures than I should. A fortune teller studied the method of putting out stars. As punishment, she's copying out the names of prisoners awaiting trial for crimes whose very nature is censored." What did I just say, game? Fucking come on. An uncanny engineer conducted a public performance of readings from an enemy's diary. The devils disapprove. To repair these defects, she is tasked with sorting undelivered posts from throughout the Reach. Four penances. Beck says, a respected student of the Second City stole other people's mail from the dead letter office. As punishment, she's being made to read an Empyrean dictionary aloud from cover to cover. Oh, hey, that punishment again. The supervising devil says, "We find this is the best way to cure your curiosity." Please. Fucking hells. Respected student of the Second City spied on an acquaintance, motivated by the suspicion that the acquaintance received a higher salary than he deserved. For the penny's own good, she was being forced to trace line drawings of Blue Kingdom fashions. I'm getting horrible luck on this. A man with scars on his scalp stole books from the ministry assigned to censor them. To improve the quality of his soul, he is being forced to copy out the map of a city forbidden to human visitors. The penitent glumly meets your eye. And you need 5 endurances. Alright. What do the deferences need? Not be deterred. Let's just go in here. Irons check. Okay. Let's approach the Pentian ape first. And give the ape some knowledge. There are things you've learned. You have seen and learned in your sojourn in the garden of insatiable roses. Excursions outside death. It's true that the soul of a dead being cannot be significantly changed, but the gambler, does the ape still have the corpse handy? Might it not be taken where death is more forgiving? So sudden a resurrection alone might be enough to make useful alterations in the gambler's attitude to death. It is a long journey from here to any place where death is so forgiving, but the ape seems game and well provisioned. He pays you for your insight. 500 experience, 5 tales of terror. And we're done with stuff here. Irons checks, huh? Irons checks. They send a devil to escort you back to the center of Caerleon. You wouldn't get out again otherwise, he says, trimming his lamp. Then he picks up his staff and points in the direction of the dark tunnel. Okay, we do need other deals as well, so... And we'll need 10 penances total, so might as well collect some of the other deals as well. And we'll just donate them all elsewhere, because I think only the Hellish Pennant is in there. We've dealt with the ape in here, which means nothing else is going to be covered. So, let's see what we can do elsewhere. Which is basically 1, 2, 3, 4. So, ordeals are iron checks as well. Yeah, that's the professional penitent, which is ordeal deprivation. So that's an irons check. And deprivation is the Bell Garden, which we can at least hop in there easily enough from the proper deals. Deprivation can begin. What even is the quest line today? we're doing Blue Kingdom business, but I am trying to... I need to alter some of my soul stuff, so I'm here in Carly and dealing with soul stuff as a step forward. Okay, Penance of Deprivation. We need at least 2 of them. Deprivation, deprivation. Or I could go for a full 5 of them, but... deprivations aren't too horrible to get. 5 and 5 and 5 would get us that. 97% chance is pretty good, honestly. Janitor kept a pickled human hand in a jar on the shelf. As punishment, she has been shut up in a giant clock. I trust you see, remarks the supervising deviless, why self-restraint is needed. Fuck it, I'll go for the 5 option. I'll go for the 5 option. You can't stop me, game. Well, you can if my terror goes too high, but, I'm here to tempt fate anyways. A hired companion never discarded uneaten ends of Stilton, no matter how elderly. Until she overcomes these flaws, she chews a sprig of mint before speaking. Light, air, fire, and self-control are the enemies of pestilence, says the supervising deviless in a sing-song voice. I'm a hop off. I want to play Death Stranding. My PC doesn't like multitasking that. Fair enough. Maybe back later. Have a good stream in the meantime. You have a good one, Cybershot. I appreciate you being along for a little bit, and I hope you enjoy the Death Stranding. Take care and have a good one. A brewer has been known to eat candied fire ants. Ugh. The devils disapprove. To repair these defects, he is following a discipline of fasting and abstinence on every day except 7 Sundays. The penitent looks grim. Be riding a truck, it's okay. Yes, ride the truck. A surgeon specializing in nasal complaints wore unchanging socks of advanced putrefaction. Oh. For the penitent's own good, he is following the discipline of fasting and abstinence. The supervisor Delos makes a checkmark in her book. Surgeon specializing in nasal complaints has been known to eat candied fire ants. More for candied fire ants. For the pendant's own good, he wears a heavy chain for a belt and a ball at each ankle. The pendant is breathing heavily. You don't say. You don't say. A cheesemaker was known to sleep in the daytime. That's a great. To cure these defects of character, she follows a personal calendar of feast days, fast days, and days of abstinence. The calendar has been plotted a full century from the present. Cleanliness, says the supervising Ellis, is next to, well, it appeals to the judgments anyhow. Alright. Penny and Nurse, we could just visit right now, but, well, we want those to be here. For now, we need to switch to a regiment of irons. Irons 6. Irons 10. That's neither or. That is irons there. And +2 irons here. And in trade, we will need... right, ordeals. Which is here. 90% chance. Not as great, but we can manage. Probably. Like, or we could just get 1 ordeal, but we'll see how my stuff stands up. Oh, wait. I got us completely out of it. Whoopsies. Jumbo bike. That sounds good to me. That's the spirit. That is the spirit. Punishments here are particularly physical in nature. SDSU Kyle, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. It is greatly appreciated, and I hope all is going well for you this fine evening. Thank you kindly. Always appreciated. A struggle towards proper feeling. A lady murdered a spouse for money. As punishment, she's being forced to copy out the obituaries of departed wives and beloved husbands. The supervising deviless makes notes. A lady pretends to feel other people's pain, but only to lull them into a sense of security, rather. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, she has been made to sit at the top of a tall pole. Try to allow yourself to feel some emotion, prompts the supervising deviless. Using lackluster road. Yeah, that's always a trouble. That is always a trouble. Indeed. An old woman shows no pity for anyone else. To cure these defects of character, she is being menaced by kittens. The horror! The horror! She shows no pity, so you must face the kittens! Meow. Perhaps a memory from childhood will help you warm up, the supervising deviless suggests. The kittens! A confident gentleman strangled any sensation of love or attraction. Till the penitent recovers from this inclination, he has been swaddled very tightly in bandages like a small baby. The penitent glares at the supervising deviless. A struggle towards proper feeling. More. A confident gentleman admires the line of a good horse only when it is on its way to the glue factory. Till the penitent recovers from this inclination, he has been locked alone in an icy cage, but seems not to mind as much as the devils might have hoped. The penitent glares at the supervising deviless. Like, wait, they don't actually mind this. Wait a second. A confident gentleman has never given a penny to a beggar. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, he is bound, face down, to a huge block of ice. The penitent glares at the supervising deviless. Okay then. Nicole, we do have penances. Does this give... I wonder if this gets rid of our penances, but we can easily replace these. What was lower from this side? Even easier to leave than to enter, because the ground is uneven. We have enough for these two. However, we need the things from here before we get rid of our deal. And we might be gaining some terror because this is only a 63% chance. If we get, like, a little bit more terror, I'll go up to Magdalene's and we can try to use that as our terror solution. I could also go down to the circus as well. Actually, that's a good idea too. We have our options, basically. Gain a penance of endurance. How long can you last at this? Well, let's find out. Waiting with the other patients. A ruthlessly cheerful young woman performed autopsies on family members. To improve the quality of her soul, she has been locked in a lightless box. The supervising deviless makes notes on a clipboard. I mean, if it comes to it, I can technically just grab a barrel of unseasoned hours, which I have plenty. Which I might do at the circus. So there's terror in the reach. Thankfully. Thankfully. At least once you have the circus plot line sorted out, it's even easier. Because, like, Magdalene certainly helps. But having the circus fully up and operational is good as well. And beneficial. Waiting with the other patients. A fierce governess romanced a tomb colonist. The devils disapprove. To repair these defects, she is sitting motionless and staring into an empty glass bowl. The supervising devil sets out a bouquet of wilted flowers to fill out the scene. There's some terror. A lady of no imagination wore black to a wedding on the grounds that it was slimming. For the pendant's own good, she's listening to a series of lectures on the pointless misery of the grave. Oh, gods. Speaking of, your stamina does not hold up. Ah, that's how it alters. Okay, I need to reduce my terror. A famous strongman practiced taxidermy. As a corrective, he is sitting motionless and staring into an empty glass bowl. Okay, I had to leave. Okay, yeah, unsurprisingly, I don't have enough on those deals. That is why we're going back to our officers before we leave and getting our normal setup. Okay, now we're good. I improve any skills? No, I don't have experience for it. Alright, let's try to solve our terror issues. And maybe I'll bring back some hours as well and just purchase a bit of them with time. Actually, that's a good question. How many hours is for each? That'd be good to know, like, right now before I come back and find I'm still lacking. What do we need here at the Sand Garden? Ah, 4 for 1. Okay, that's reasonable. I'll just bring, like, 2 buckets of hours. Considering we won't be back there, I can grab maybe even a few. No, we'll see. I shall purchase my way to victory. After visiting the circus. The circus, I hear, is a lovely time at this time of the terror. Look at that asteroid a bit close. Just a little bit. Just a wee little bit. Let's not run into any rocks. That'd be bad for the health of our engine. Yep. As was mentioned, thankfully we are in the Reach, and the Reach has easy ways of reducing terror that I will very much take advantage of. Need to slow down. Hark, a singular cries, you do and hear the oomph oomph of distant circus music, perpetrated by a straining tuba. Hello, circus, you are always a sight for sore eyes. Fuck you, waste waif, I am not sacrificing people in your name. The gods might be a wee bit peeved at me. Alright, listen to their stories for some terror reduction. Some peace Gervais. Collect free tickets because we are family. Attend another performance while we're here for Sky Stories and Visions of the Heavens, and then Visions of the Amusements. Puts our terror down to 27, which is better. Gods, there are no gods in this setting. Well, not in the living ones, Yeah, fair enough, no winter. Although, these creatures that are peeved at me are great enough power that they might as well be gods. For what I'm having to deal with. Which is them constantly pestering me and getting in my way. Constantly. We must already have a court report, which does not surprise me. Alright, so let's pick up some hours and just, buy our way to indulgences. Nothing that can't be solved with a judicious amount of hours. Useless cat got angry at us. Well, too bad, useless cat. You're useless. Except the one time you weren't useless, which was amusing. Like, you're useless, except that one time you weren't useless and got to see yourself as a tiger. But other than that, you're useless, cat. Oh, hi, speaking of which. Not where you are anymore. Lost fuel and time, and hi, Terror. Yo, I'm trying to get rid of you, Terror. Just, you know, take a hint. Well, men who think they're engineers, bless their hearts. Useless, but cute. Correct. Which is why I can stay. Even if it's determined to be, not great. We'll do it as so. Let's get rid of these so we have more room for things, and you know what, if this puts us at to an even 50, sure. Let us just roll with 4 of them. Purchase all the things. Then we can get a little bit more fuel for the trip, and a little bit more of that. Perfect. We go to Caerleon to purchase our way to some solutions. It is its life's choice to not be useful. Can respect that. We only made one exception. And that's because we kind of tricked it into that exception. You know. We're just like, ah yes, I hope this cat doesn't sit on this precious cushion that I value so greatly. Cat instincts triggered. For as useless as it wants to be, it's still a cat and can't help itself. Because it's, well, a cat. Which is also why it's chosen to be useless, because it's a cat. Unlike, say, my giant dog who just does dog things. Cause chaos and havoc, but it's an adorable dog, so who's to say no to its adorably kind face? It does not do it out of malice. It just does it because it wants to play. You don't like dogs. That's fair. People can dislike what they dislike. Me, I've always grown up with the dogs, so I'm plentifully used to them. Family's always had dogs, and that has not changed any matter. What is the requirements for that? Ah, yeah, for using some of everything. Okay. Which is why I do want some excess stuff. You know, that's fair. That's fair. I can accept some excess. Excess. Return to the center. If you have any other questions, that's fine. We have places to be. Useless and cute. The dog, useless and annoying. Easy always. It's not annoying out of malice, though. It's just a dog. Alright, gain a great deal of endurance penance. There are ways of not having to wait. Like letting someone else wait in your place. Waiting with the other patients. but quickly. A famous strongman practiced taxidermy. As a corrective, he is sitting motionless and staring into an empty glass bowl. The pendant looks secretly amused. Your own punishment passes swiftly. Afterward, you can't help but notice some of it is a little subpar. But the attendant seems happy with the penance you have acquired. I'm now up to 6 penance endurance and have a penance indulgence. Ah, because I bought it. Oh, that's the same, and that's the same. Happy with the penance you've acquired. Hours. Exactly the same as well. That's no fun. Oh well. And same as well. They all seem to be the same with this one, so okay then. Now we have a bunch of things here, and... yeah, 34 now. Okay, cool. And now that I think we've gotten everything we do need here for the moment, I would hope. Disregard of death, cure your clear soul. Disregard of death is a serious flaw. It displeases the Blue Kingdom. It makes the devils tut. Cloudy swirls. There are still a few flaws in your soul, but matters are improving. The devils of Caerleon claim to be experts in the assessment and quality of the soul. They would describe yours as tantalizingly opaque and rich with personality. 500 experience, a savage secret, 4 tales of terror. And we are no longer clear. Which means when we leave, we're not coming back. But that is fine. For the undergrowth as we go. White maggots are going nom 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 nom. We are not curing our stained soul. There's no reason to do so. Approach the hellish pendant. We have all the endurances you could possibly offer. At the center of the garden is a picnic banquet. There is too much frosting on all of the cakes, too much oil in the salads, but several dependents sit glumly eating, with only their own clothes for napkins. Deviless sits among them, eating treacle from a jar. Offer a serving of endurance. If the deviless has trouble remaining the same for long, perhaps this is the cure. A hard penance. It makes me feel old just looking at it, she says, prodding what you offer with one fingertip. How long did you hang around to get this? The desiccated penance rolls lopsided across the table. But when she stops jesting long enough to try it, what a change! Her color changes, her eyes darken from yellow to amber, and then almost to brown. Will the change last, she demands. Can my soul truly be refined now? Across the table, one of the other pendants mutters, so I haven't learned to stop asking questions you don't want answers to. But the deviless is happy. Having her experience, one vision of the heaven. We've lost our penance of endurance, but that is fine. Turn to center. Clear soul is not only about neglecting death, actually, it's a bit more complicated. I'm sure within any matters of the soul, it is very complex. All I know is a certain person in the House of Apes does not want to interact with it in the slightest bit, and that's the only reason I'm going out of my way to cure it. Because, yeah. It puts me at just having excess and at stained and fermented still, which is my basal deals. Alright. Where are these other people at? Are they at the Stunted Grove, or... Ah, Professional Pen is here. Excellent. Why are you not removing other files? No reason to. Pretty much boils down to that. I have no reason to get rid of them at the moment, so I'm not bothering. There's just no particular need to. Quinn and Fortnite and are finally able to default dance. I would not know. Alright, there we go. That's the one we want. Donate or deal to the professional pendant. You can provide her with what she needs. Confused gratitude. Thanks, she says, accepting your gift and wrapping it carefully in silk. It's really very kind of you, but you know that this is work for me. I do ordeals as a job. Pain is my skill. I don't mind doing it, as a matter of fact. I miss it when I go too long without. Start to worry I'm losing my edge. If you really don't have any other use for it, let me pay you something for it. A commission, we'll say. It's in heaven, 500 experience. Reason it gives you XP and secret and stuff. Yeah, that's fair. For now, I'm keeping my options open because there's things I haven't done here. If I want to solve them, they're here waiting for me. They're here waiting. Alright, was it here in the Bell Garden that was the last one? I think so. Oh, there's my ferment. Yes, Penton Nerds. Excellent. She's huddled in a corner with cotton stuffed into her ears. Troll without strength. Yeah, fair. Deprivation. You have done without. You have paid a price. And now you are donating that price to her. You'll have to walk her out as well. Astute gossip. Hey, calmer. You donate your penance and she becomes more composed immediately. But the sound of the bells is still bothering her and she's dizzy and unfit to walk. I feel like I've had a long fast, she remarks, clinging to your arm on the descending stairs. Can't say I think much of the Deviless's prescriptions here. On the remaining stairs, she tells you about the corruption at the hospital, where she used to work. The kind orderlies who drank too much. The administrator who stole from the system. And the peccadillos hardly worth punishing. She can't remember any new options or advantages provided by Flaw, except access to the 3 of the gardens here. Yeah, which is the case for one of the areas. But since I just got rid of him. Basically, I've never been in this garden, and thus I assume there's one of these assist matters just sitting there that might require something from the other locations. At least, that's my logic. I don't know if I'll ever get a Flickering Soul, but hell, if I wind up to it, well, meh. So be it. So be it. For now, I have gotten everything I need here. Any pendants I don't have, just for the sake of it. Or the ones I haven't done. Oh, I don't have another excess. Well, that can wait. Inescapable truth. Enlightenment and shift of perspective. Right. Solo's comparably hard to get. Not as hard as Curl, though. Yeah, I assume since I haven't run into it, it's one of those things that's a bit on the more difficult side. Excess. Oh, hey, 100% chance. Don't mind if I do. Unemployed housekeeper is prone to sloth and conversations about needlepoint. As a corrective, she's being subjugated to a series of drumbeats and erratic bells, just when falling asleep. Do you feel any more interesting now? Asked the supervising devil. So we can cure lightless. Shift of perspective. Veils one. The White Rook made use of a carriage with gilt panels on the doors, despite being extremely lowborn. As punishment, she is doing vigorous exercises in a sweaty room. Supervising Devil is distracted by the play on the chessboard. Alright, I think I'm mostly done here. I should still deal with terror, which means going up to Magdalene's. Because, yeah, it wouldn't be good to keep my terror this high, especially here when I can easily solve the matter before it gets worse. Alright, so Magdalene's, Lustrum to there, and then down to there. That might be an ideal route. Yeah, okay, we'll roll with that. Don't know if I need anything at Lustrum. Oh, poor Pangolin. Sorry, Pangolin! Pick a direction monitor and stick with it. You know, this is a way to reduce terror. Amusingly. By a tiny bit, but helps kind of balance things out a little bit. Very, very smallly. Read the ledger, gain sky stories, and continue on my way. Penguin's upset again. Sorry, Pangolin! Son of a fucking... Goddamn Cantankerite. You know what? Get the canning equipment. I like that, you annoying little things. Out of my way. Your food now. Always something. Son of a Cantankerite indeed. They're the grumpy ones. Maybe they wouldn't be so grumpy if they didn't get in my way while I'm trying to speed demon. Hi. Bye. Let's just get money. Yay, sovereigns! Yeah, there's the bigger, grumpier one. I received a surprising amount of damage for fucking running into that Cantankerite, too. It's very, very inconvenient. You! Don't! Don't! I will cut you up into supplies if you dare mess with me again, Cantankerite. I will. I will. Smiles high thoughts of earmuffs. Are they thinking of using the rats for earmuffs? Mountain scenes. Okay, there we go. That's a good reduction. I do not have a port report. Alright, cool. Might as well while I'm here. Enjoy some tea, because tea is a good, cheap way. Taste of home. Always the taste of home. Already looked at that before. And some cheap seeds? Sure, why not? Not sure if I fully need Maglins at this rate, but fuck it, we're keeping with the plan. I'm keeping with the plan. Hi, hours. Always something. What else? If I'm gonna tempt fate anyways, let me actually explore that terror a little bit. I attacked a scout. Angry at me? Nah. Going to feel looks a bit unnecessary. It's not doing any harm. And it means I can speed demon whenever I want to speed demon. But yes, it's just there to appease my desire to just not have to deal with shit. If I'm hauling things, I don't mind going for less. Ah, there we go. Hi, Curator. See, even death may die. Blip. It spit. Perfect. Substantially reduce my terror. Oh, don't mind if I do. And then I can explore you. Grave of the Silent Saint. Because, well, I hadn't, so I might as well. Discovered he cannot digest peppers. Egg. Oh, wait, I got out of range of it. What is this anyways? Explosives, drill. The Silent Saint. A vast sheet of ice has frozen over the ossified corpse of a vanquished beast. The surface is pockmarked with failed mining attempts. Collapsed shafts extend into the frigid tomb, and abandoned mining equipment litters the ice like discarded toys. Legends and rumors gather about the beast entombed below, a mythic horde yet unclaimed. Probably at risk of crew, potentially. That's what I'd wager an initial guess. But I could give it a shot. Nothing's stopping me from doing it. Although whether it's worthwhile is a different matter, which, We'll just press on. Lost a hole. That's fine. The important thing is we've discovered it. And I am all fine and dandy with that. My terror is actually pretty well reduced that I could just head back now. So I probably will. And the Colossus. Excellent. Repair fodder. sorry for calling you father, dead vessel. If you didn't have the repair and instead had the mourn, I would have done so. But you had the repair, and I needed the repair to make up for running into a cantankerite, of all things. Yeah. Unfortunate, really. Immensely unfortunate. Forever. But okay, let us press onwards, because I do want to get back to finishing off Blue Kingdom things as best as I can finish them off. We're here to clear our soul, and by proxy clear out terror, because we kind of gathered it up trying to clear our soul and doing various things currently. It's that good old nature of, oh, now need to do this to fix this, and yeah. I don't think there's much else to get in our way besides these two asteroids. And apparently all the Scry spinsters who are around, don't mind me. Enjoy messing around with the monitor. And all shall be well. And all manner thing will be well. But really do not trust Wells. Wells are not to be trusted. Ever. Especially the ones that talk at you. Definitely don't trust those ones. A bad idea. A very, very bad idea. Yeah, can I improve any skills? Yes, I can. Either mirrors or hearts. I'll get a little bit more mirrors up, and then we will work on our hearts. The white well is nice. Yes. Nice. As people do get tossed into the abyss. Have a vision of heaven this time. Like, as people get tossed into it as punishment. Yes, the definition of nice. Nice. Or the people not being tossed into the abyss. There's something back there. I've already well passed it. So it is, so it is. And terror reduction from coming into port. Excellent. Alright, we need to sell the egg. Because egg and money. Stories. So the depth of it? Oh well. I have not been down there, no. Money. Good old money. Alright, so I think we're good. We have everything we could possibly need at this time and being. We've chucked all our spare stuff in. So, back to the Blue Kingdom. Yeah, the Blue Kingdom is the place I've done the least amount of stories in, and thus I'm still figuring things out there. It's just why I'm helping the Palmists around the White Well, because I have a feeling that might tie into whatever is in the bottom of said well. They're making hints about it and said, come back in a couple weeks. And thus I've been spending time to come back in a couple weeks. Yeah. Suffice to say, I have a feeling and I might not like it. If that has anything to do with what that place is about. If it's anything spiderly, it can eat a dick. Hate spiders. As I say, paranoidly checking around because I can't help myself. The lovely thing about phobias. Alright, into dock. Travel first class. Yeah, I am a spider. Yeah. Suffice to say, spiders fill me with unimaginable dread and a very much fight-or-flight response of fear. In recent years, I have tailored it very explicitly towards the fight side, so I'm not completely paralyzed by them. But it doesn't make it pleasant. It just means I have an unimaginable desire to whack it heavily with a shoe until it's dead, then dispose of its corpse, because I sure as fuck don't want to deal with spider bodies. Hells no. Alright, time to go back to the House of Days. And hope there's nothing standing in our path. Like evil alligator things, like last time. Clear the way, evil. I have places to be. And an embassy to try to keep into being. I don't need anything else for that. I'll probably need something else for that. Damn it. You tried to have a pet spider. I heard it might help. No, I have not tried that. And no offense, I don't think I will try that. I would just be utterly horrified the entire way. That just... yes. This is where I belong. Mental speed. Your soul is not clear. You are number 2047. You sit. You lose feeling in your legs. Sometimes you see another ape rise from its place. Shakes hands with the ape to its left and the ape to its right. Grave courtesy from gorilla to chimp, from chimp to woman, from woman to gibbon. At last, Ape 2047 may approach the window. You perform your handshakes. The attendant holds the least close to the eye holes of its mask. Finally, its voice jar speaks. Clarifications on existing contracts go to the Court of Mules. You'll need a testament of the feather to be heard there. It hands the lease back and summons Ape 2048. A testament of the feather, eh? Go to the Court of Mules in the House of Days to argue about contract terms. Test of the feather, which we can technically get here. There's officials elsewhere in the deal. Have a 50-50 chance, though. Not a pleasant odds. Not pleasant odds at all. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, well, I'll have to keep an eye out for a test for the feather. If it really comes to it, it's here. But I would need it for so. By nature, or be sent by another functionary. Testament of the feather, anti-deceased. Curdled, right there. Or mention of curdle. Pancreas. Strip of your status. You need 2. You need 1. Probably don't want to mess with that. Let's see here. Okay, mayflies I can claim the status of ephemerma, which I do need to get into there. And that's if I'm yoked to claim the status of ephemera. Gemstones and testament of salt. Ooh. Okay. So, I need ephemera to get into the Forge of Souls. So I probably should do this. Claim the status of ephemera. Perhaps you were antedeceased when you arrived, but life is so short. Produce a witness to your death, and be recognized as ephemera. Your companion. Your litigator is required to recount your death from personal experience. They describe an incident with the escaped spirit of a bull elephant, a lack of nerve, a heart attack. 2 court officials in a row go on break before the description is complete. The third attendant does stamp you ephemera, however. The mark is applied to your lower lip, and it is the iridescent green-black of a beetle's carapace. You're one of the ephemera. Alright then. We have what we need for the Forge of Souls, now at least. Which means we're going there. Dependent upon the rotation of our prospects, but I intend to go there. We have a good amount of supplies for getting around at the moment. We have a good amount of supplies in here. In our bank. So that we don't need to eat the food of the dead. Crew. No. Literature for Death's Door and gemstones for Death's Door. So that one I've done. So we'll grab that. And that is Literature for Death's Door. Your establishment connections have recommended you for an opportunity. The request is written in brusque capitals. Literature required to remedy unacceptable spiritual situation. The requester needs 7 boxes of ministry-approved literature to be delivered to them at death's door. Okay, so not that. The sun's going down faster and faster. So let's see here. 5 casks of gems, which is exactly what we have. And 7 literature, which we have plenty sitting around. Alright, cool. That'll help us with our prospects on our way through. Alright, let's go to the Forge of Souls and what we may or may not need there. Because as we do know at the moment, the Souls is... well, it is a bit inactive at the moment. We need that status to change. Oh yeah, speaking of status changed, since we are no longer of the antedeceased, we will not be harassed by the blue logi. The Goai. However, because we are now ephemera, who we will be harassed with, I believe, if I remember correctly, is the yellow logi. The Goai. The reds are... the reds dislike... the reds go after the yoked, so that indeed leaves the yellow as such. But it does mean we can pass by this blue without it harassing us, because we are no longer of the antedeceased. So, pardon me. Actually, I'm going to explore this little crevice, because it's here. Ah, the advocacy of sloth. That's a mood. That's a mood and a half. So those fires are so loud. But not as bad as the bees. The bees are tremendously still more annoying on the volume and what the volume is producing. But the fire is still definitely loud. Alright, there we go. Just that little area. Quicker on the other avenue, without a doubt. But now it's explored. And it is not going away from the exploration. Let's get on into the Forge of Souls, since it should now be access to us. Do some service to the advocacy of sloth. Don't we all? Don't we all? The crew pressed their noses to the windows, hoping for a glimpse of the fabled Forge of Souls. Speaking of which, Forge of Souls. In we go. Not worried about that. Have all we could need there. Enter the gates. You're yoked or one of the ephemera, and we are that. The other spirits here are forbidden from entering, but perhaps it will be different for you. Into the Lyceum. As you approach the gates, the few spirits hovering in the courtyard begin to cluster behind you. A grate at eye level shrieks open. A skeletal face peers back at you. Eyeball to hollow, gem-studded socket. You are permitted, the unworthy scribe says, in a voice of molten lead. Not the rest. The lamentation has made herself more than clear. The grate slams shut. With a long, grinding moan, the left gate creaks open a fraction. It is enough to slip in to the dark chamber beyond, as the gate swings shut behind you. The Lyceum is a cavernous and crumbling vault. Its stone floors are covered in battered tomes and broken tablets. Creaking shelves far above you bow under the weight of disordered scrolls. A few thin rays of light filter in from holes in the towers high above. They illuminate vast stone stairs leading deeper into the Lyceum. The unworthy scribe sits at a small desk behind the gate, whispering to himself and paying no heed to you. Compile a port report, the sanctum of the fabled Forge of Souls, the library of the westernmost king. There are wonders here, long forgot. Time's archives. Lyceum is a trove of buried knowledge, the lore of kings and regents, the notes on the creation of servants of the stars. The scribes and clerks in the service of the Lamentation of Mists do what they can to organize and catalog the vast archives. But the Lamentation's work comes first. The sky around is lit with cooling sparks from the forge itself, its smoldered chimneys protected by the storied towers of Lyceum. Here, knowledge is created. Introduce yourself. You are new to the Lyceum. A library of the stars. The Graven's eye sockets are studded with twinkling white sapphires. His fingers drum on his stone desk, propelled by nervous energy. He adopts the tone of a tour guide. This, he tells you, is the Lyceum. It has had many purposes over the eons, but has fallen into neglect. The great Lamentation of Mists aims to restore this once glorious citadel to its former stature. But it will take time, and work, and patience. He looks about at the voiceless spirits shuffling discontentedly through the stacks. Lamentation has had to take what help she can find. You have met the unworthy scribe and been welcomed to the Lyceum. Alright, we have a few options here. Petition for an audience with the Lamentation of Miss. Lamentation has authority over the Lyceum and the Forge of Souls. Perhaps you have a need for her. Ask whether you may visit the Clerk of Sevens. Beside the vast gates is a door barely taller than you. Its bronze plaque is etched with words in several languages. One of them is English. Inquire about the Forge of Souls, said to dwell within the Lyceum. You've heard that the suns use it to fashion new life. Is it true? A mistake of protocol. The unworthy scribe hisses like a kettle on the boil. Sapphires in its eye sockets dim. The forge is under the Amaranthine Edict, he rasps. For your benefit, that means the Sapphire King has taken it under his protection, to prevent against unwise use. Once it was the province of all kings. The westernmost has learnt the painful lesson of that mistake. The unworthy scribe drums his fingers against the stone of his desk. Be satisfied that you've been allowed within the Lyceum. Be content with its wonders. Do they not suffice? You have heard of the fabled Forge of Souls. Bribe the unworthy scribe to take you to the Forge of Souls. You will require assistance from your litigator. They'll know how to do this without risk of causing a scene. 500 sovereigns, oh boy. And mount an expedition to the Forge of Souls. Somewhere in the Lyceum is a hidden passage between the library's shell and its molten heart. Miss moment of inspiration and fuel. Ooh, and supplies, and yeah, okay, fair enough. Ask whether you may visit the Clerk of Sevens. Left unlocked. The scribe opens the door for you. Skeleton's eyes wink in the light. The clerk was a Londoner once. Perhaps you'll get along. The Clerk of Sevens. The room is lined with shelves, filled with tattered files and crumbling journals. At the center is a large, ornate wooden desk, the type you'd see in a banker's office in London. The clerk sits on top of the desk, reading. She leans against a vast stack of dust-covered papers. She glances up from her book. Her smile is quick, mischievous. Clerk is free to speak with you. There's nothing here but the Clerk of Sevens and a vast amount of paperwork. None are going anywhere. Ask what she does here. Few humans, living ones at least, hold positions of importance in the Blue Kingdom. And her title is not informative. A dry laugh. I'm cataloging the number 7. She shrugs helplessly. All history, science, law, art, fiction. Every and any occurrence of the number 7, I record and file it. It could be worse. I could have the 6s. Can you imagine it doing for the 12s? Ask how you can assist the clerk. She wants you to help her out of her bibliographic hell. A loophole. Listen, she says. I wasn't first through the advertising, but I was pretty close. And I made a bad deal. I didn't know much better then. I've been to the Forge. The Venture there was the first through. He and the captain who brought him were bound here in service. The Venture chose to stay here, but I gave up my locomotive so that the captain could escape. And now I'm bound here in the captain's place. Here's our firm conclusion on what happens if you go through with the Venturer through the Avid Horizon. What would happen to you? Well, according to the Sunless Skies timeline, this. She snorts. I didn't come to the skies for this. I want to leave. The correspondence is my way out. With the right sigils, I could fashion a loophole, or at least a temporary exemption. How can you help her? What does she want you to do? What does she want you do too? Pretty sure it's meant to be to-do. Do-to. Yeah, no, to-do. I've learned as much as I can of this correspondence here at the library. The signs I need are obscure ones. I can't find them here. She hands you a sheaf of notes and a couple of charred books. I've scraped together some clues to locations the sigils might have been used. If you can collect, say, half a dozen of them, I should be able to amend the terms of my service long enough to free myself. For a time, at least. There are 18 sigils scattered across the sky in ports and discoveries. You need to recover any 6 of them. Searching for sigils. The note says Lustrum? And what about the Logai? Or swallowed by the past in a place where the weft of time had frayed. What does this mean? Look for sigils. You need 6. Have a look at the cleric's work. You certainly won't be interrupting. Not entirely riveting. The top sheaf of the nearest pile is titled The Constellation of Sparrows. Here, the clerk has been recording the reign of the constellation's 7th son. To the side of that pile is a hefty file. It is marked as the 5th of 26 files, on every 7th bronzewood tree growing in the reach. Her work is certainly thorough. Alright, none are going anywhere. Petition for an audience with the Lamentation of Miss. The unworthy scribe shakes his head sadly. Lamentation prefers to choose her servants herself. It's beyond my remit to procure service for her, and besides, he glanced around at the wealth of moldering shelves and scattered clay tablets. She is excruciatingly busy. For an idea, she requested exactly 6 sigils and not more. Yeah, I imagine she doesn't want to deal with 7. Yeah, she is in charge of the 7s, and that probably wouldn't be the most ideal thing. So we have our options. The one we currently only have to access. Offer tribute to Lamentation. A library needs books, and if she dislikes the words in the ones you offer, she can make use of the bindings, the pages, the letters. You could also do it with 3 scraps of ancient knowledge. The Lamentation seeks fragments such as these to rebuild the Lyceum and restore it to its former glory. She might be willing to see you if she knew what you had. Endorsement from your litigator for only a scrap. They will vouch for you and hopefully secure less costly means of seeing Lamentation. Or a testament of the feather. The Lamentation might require such things to expand her ranks of servant in the Lyceum. Not just ideal. Fair, fair. Also, 7's just a weird number in the Fallen London universe. By weird, I mean a worrisome one. Speaking of 7, let's offer a book. A taste for the classics. The unassuming scribe sighs sadly. I appreciate the gesture, but we are not in the habit of cataloging your ghastly attempts at profundity. If you wish to restock our Lyceum, I'd suggest searching Ulithuria. The Lamentation is very interested in recovering whatever is left from the library scattered around that unhappy kingdom. Okay, so I do need scraps of knowledge, which means I need to find some scribe scriveners. Which I know there are some around some places around here. So I can only hope for the best and find some. Alright then. For now, let's head up to Death's Door, because we do need to go there. And hope for the best. There's fire somewhere around here. What color is the question of the ages? With 7 or more sigils, she would make herself vulnerable by exposing her seam eventually. Yeah, that's a potential as well. It is indeed quite possible. I don't think I've ever completed that, so I don't exactly know myself, so I will take your word upon it. I Death's Door. We have a bunch of stuff to sell to Death's Door. And I will be selling it all. Alright, probably a good thing they didn't accept our book anyways. We needed that for our selling. That was almost a foolish thing. I would have had to check backwards. Alright, what color are you? Fire. Blue! Excellent! No longer a concern. Guards here from the anti-deceased. Well, good news! I'm not one of the anti-deceased any longer. Get wrecked. And I will take a little bit of risk and actually speed it. And hope for the best, because there are things that could get in our way. I turned wrongly. That's on me. That is on me. Aha! But worth it. Persuade the dead to show you a piece of lost sigil. Some are centuries old. If you share with them a tale of the wonders that are, and I have a fuck ton of sky stories to do so, they might tell you of wonders that were, before Victoria touched the skies. Appreciation? When you speak, the dead are quiet. When you pause for reaction, there are none. When you are done, still they are silent. Did they enjoy the story? Your performance? One, a head shorter than the others, moves towards you. It grasps your palm and traces a symbol onto your palm. Once. It's not enough for you to learn the whole pattern, but it is a start. You'll need to feel the sigil 3 times before you can record the full sigil. Ah, so keep an eye out for these things. Just an idea. Yeah, that's fair. It is reasonable to have those ideas, because it's more reasonable enough that as far as anything I could ever consider. Creating a loophole so she doesn't want to be caught on that by having to catalog the 7 sigils I used to create a loophole in my service. Yep. That is fair. Nope. Eater of the dead. You can fuck off. I missed! How dare I miss? A life or death situation of this guy's trying to snap my everything in half. I'm not dead! Okay, well, I'm legally dead, but that's beside the point. You don't know that. You don't know the legality. You just want to eat me. Experience or reduced terror. Oh, well, I don't have much in the way of options. And I got experience. Interestingly, no supply option on that one, but guess we must have obliterated enough. Wait, what color is this one? You a red one? It's gone. It's gone. It was probably red. I wasn't getting a worrisome deal. Alright, there we go. In we go. To sell all this literature. Your client is a new sequence preacher, fresh from London and simmering with zeal. She is attempting to convert the dead before they pass through death's door, and means to hand out the pamphlets you delivered to those, and look like they might waver. This is not the light that was promised, she bellows at a hesitant spirit. before reassuring you that her superiors will hear of your assistance. Hey, a cryptic benefactor. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And permits and another invitation to Endurance and... Huh. Stained glass. His last works. This glassmaker came to the Blue Kingdom in order to capture the gold of its sun and the blue awe of its sky. But he has looked too long and too closely. The light sears his eyes, his vision fades, but still he makes pain after pain, spreading the last of his sight in attempts to trap the things he has seen in prisons of glass. Spooky. Anyways, to the White Well. Why? Simple, because I need to check in on our Palmas at Well's Mouth. Yes, thank you, Fire. Also, check by here to see if I can do things here again. Approach the horizon. You're not invisible. Let's see what's going on this time around. An observance. Partake of a feast. Spirits in porcelain masks wait to take you to a banquet of shades. You are ephemera. You have no choice here. Ah, shit, I have dining with the dead. Fuck. I'm gonna have to fix that somehow before I can leave this place. Well, blast. I have no choice here. The food of the dead. Beneath the great dial is a cavern. At its center is a single banquet table, carved from the long jaw of an eater of the dead. Scores of ephemera sit on benches before a vast and ghostly feast. You are shown to your place. The food before you sits on platters of bone, pale as an autumn moon. It tastes like the memory of butterscotch and mellow vanilla. You partake in silence. The only sound is that of your spoon against your bowl. Again and again. Not too big of a deal, but I've been trying to avoid it as much as I can, just to not have to deal with it. But we have no choice in that endeavor, so we will find out what has to do with things. Hi, Blue One. I don't have to worry about you right now. For now. I'm sure there'll just be like a yellow one on the rise going, yo, fuck your shit up. Not too close. For now, we have no reason to leave the Blue Kingdom anyway, so off we go to the White Well once more. Report, then go to Wellsmouth, because I'm sure it's been more than 2 weeks by now. That's the one that's against us. The Visitation. You see that? That thing was fucking on us. It wanted our blood. What's that that just went down there? Oh, Resurrectionist. Okay, I can take a Resurrectionist. Oh, hi, I might have brought a friend with me, Resurrectionist. Yeah, oh. Yeah. Steady, careful. Stay here long, Captain. Close the engine of her room. Yeah, I get that. Kind of has a history of this area. You know, this makes the name of this place very appropriate. The road narrows, so thick beset, as I fight something that's shooting all the fire at me. No, that one definitely missed. Try to get it. There we go, good hit, good hit. Alright, cool. Cool. Resurrectionist, get me whole. You claim a fragment of a sigil. Fire becomes ash, but at the locust's core, angles of fierce, embered light still burn. Can fire have bones? A subdued crew. You retrieve the fragments of the Logos' heart sigil. The engine is quiet when you return. It is a relief that the battle with the Logos is finally over, or a disappointment that all you have to show for your bloody triumph is half a sigil. Either way, you'll have to find another Logos. I'm sure we'll run into another one. Why don't we leave your aunt? Rest is lost under the barrage of her hand. Who's suggesting that? The conductor has a suggestion. Why don't we leave your aunt? Conductor has some wonderful lines at times. Speaking of which, we need to talk to him. Them. Suggested imagine a solution to the conductor's loneliness. Has he heard of the Forge of Souls? An impossible proposition. The clay conductor's eyes shine like embers as you tell him of the Forge of Souls and what it can create. He listens, rapt, as you speak of the furnaces like cathedral organs, the spirits who labor at the refinement of the soul. Your efforts have proved that the person the conductor seeks does not exist. Therefore, it is necessary to invent them. The conductor's eyes shine like lit coals. Yes, Captain. We will go there. Make a suitable companion. One with a voice to match mine. He does not bother to mention other characteristics. You know, I don't remember this being a point of any accord at any point. I definitely don't remember this. Apparently, you can seduce the clay conductor. Since you told him of the Forge of Souls, his opinion of you has soared. He might even like you. I do not remember this in the slightest bit. Yes. Oh, I do not remember this at all. Your acquaintance with your first officer is strictly professional at present. You know, it wouldn't be the first time we've done something with one of our officers at this point. The other time being, our lovely endeavor with Mr. Apples. Oh, a ton on that one. So you know what? Let's go with it. Let's roll. Terror reduction. Ah, perfect. A bracing encounter. If the clay conductor is startled by your suggestion, he conceals it well. He nods slowly and even smiles. He accepts on one condition, that you do not sing or play music. It would do nothing for the mood. To your crew here. Word certainly gets around after you request a couple of engineers' help fixing your bed. Is the clay conductor more fond of you afterwards? No. However, every now and then, when you meet his gaze, he has a certain gleam in his eye. That's my man. You are briefly without terror. You have a new accomplishment. Intimate with clay. So, there we have it. We've now had an intimate time with both the clay conductor and Miss, our lovely hoarder here. What a... what a very taste specialist Narem has. What a very taste indeed. Very well then. Entered. Seek entry into here. Litigator to intercede on your behalf. Just some face, you are not yoked. And we have a different person guiding us because we are a different status. As you step inside the court, you are met not by one of the skull-headed graven, but by a spirit in a porcelain mask. A voice issues from the jar slung across its back, introduces itself as the exacting ombudsman. When I heard the court was to be graced by ephemera, I put myself forward as your guide. Follow the exacting ombudsman. Before I take you to the trials, I have a favor to ask. The ombudsman's request. You follow the ombudsman until your feet hurt. It seems like a sufficiently obscure location, he says finally. I am investigating the graven who run this court. To put matters simply, I doubt their integrity. They claim their judgment are passed down by the Watcher, who speaks inside their heads. The ombudsman's voice brims with outrage, but I believe the graven are deciding judgments themselves, far beyond their remit. Why has he chosen you to help? This came a little out of nowhere. A leap of faith. Bluntly, I'm desperate. I need someone to act on my behalf, but I can't trust anyone in this court. The ombudsman paces back and forth, kicking up clouds of dust. The whole bureaucratic system is implicated, and it's near impossible to find good help when yoked spirits are forbidden from setting foot here. Which is all too convenient, isn't it? Ah, good to know. If we ever become yoked, we can't set foot in here. Good to know. Anyway, you are not yoked, but the next best thing. A respectable spirit in good standing, just passing through with no ties to the graven. If I can't rely on you, I can't rely on anyone. How does he expect you to help? The ombudsman almost melts with relief. A breach of protocol. These are unusual circumstances, mutters the ombudsman. There's a need for... It shudders. Subterfuge. Henceforth I will meet you in Erd, away from the prying eyes and ears of the graven. He pauses. Metaphorical eyes. The theoretical ears. For now, investigate the jewel judge. Discover whether she's lying about the Watcher, and preferably hear it from her own lips. The hypothetical lips. He steps back, brushing dust from his robe self-consciously. If this investigation goes well, I hope to be appointed a servitor of the Blue Kingdom. Rest assured, from that position I can reward you most handsomely. Corruption at the court. The ombudsman has asked to meet you in secret at a coffee house in Erd. Right, port report. has to be formally declared antideceased. You're currently a firmer, but you prefer that the Blue Kingdom recognizes your lamentably pre-mortem status. Yeah, we won't have to worry about that. Judgment. Buy your crew a few rounds at the tavern. If we want to become anti-deceased from our current state, we can go here. Meet the exacting ombudsman. He gave you directions to a coffee house. The ombudsman asked you to meet him at a coffee house in Erd, where mass spirits silently contemplate empty cups and remember what coffee was like. Approach the ombudsman's table. He's twitchy, he's abrupt, he's rude to the waitress. He clearly doesn't enjoy all this skullduggery. You leave the ombudsman brooding over his empty cup. Approach their table. The Korea Macaborium, or however the hell that's pronounced. I interrogated the jeweled judge for hours, and all I got out of her was a selection of inoffensive anecdotes. The ombudsman shakes his head solemnly. She's a tough nut to crack, that's for sure. But I have a plan. Every few months, the Graven go to a grand ball called the Korea Macaborium. It's rare for outsiders to attend, and they know about my investigation, so there's no way I'll be invited. But if there's anywhere the judge will let her guard down and speak freely, it's there. Report back as soon as you've discovered a clue. Once you'd acquire an invitation to the Korea Macaborium. Ask the ombudsman how you can obtain an invitation. The Korea Macaborium is usually off limits to all except the Graven, but the ombudsman has an idea. He leans in conspiratorially. The ombudsman's plan. I happen to know that the curious official has received an invitation to the Macaborium, but he doesn't plan to attend, says the ombudsman. I expect he'll be happy to give it to you. In order to get him to meet you, though, your status must be invisible or anti-deceased. So I suppose that's impossible, he sighs. In which case you'll need to flatter the judge with the gifted gemstones and hope she sees fit to invite you. A dance of death indeed. Also, look at that. The continued bureaucracy of the Blue Kingdom. We will continue to be haunted by it, and continually still have to be haunted by it. But that's fine. That's fine for now. It's here. Robes of bombazine. A gloomy spirit sells folds of black cloth. These are the robes customarily worn by shades of the invisible class, and a rod of light-drinking bombazine to prevent them from offending the eye of their king. What became of the specific shades who wore these robes? The vendor will not say. Okay, so... Ugh. My voice is still not in an ideal state, so I'm starting to feel it. But before we end things off, I'm going to visit Wellsmouth, see what's required from there, and then I can pop back down to Sky Barnet to finish things off. Ugh. Ow. Whatever issue's been with my throat, it's been highly unideal, to say the least. But we will finish things off with seeing what's going on here. Visit the Thomas. The priest has been plotting how to deal with the widows. Then I'll be all prepared to know what we need to do for next stream. The cursing he loved, may it fall on him. You've stumbled upon a funeral. The congregation is half its former size, and they're in the midst of lowering a coffin into a grave. A dozen more coffins are stacked behind, awaiting their resting place. The priest's eulogy boils with rage. Curses and spittle fly in equal measure. When the ceremony is done, he meets you at the graveside. Widows attacked in the night, he growls. We fought them off, but our numbers are too few to survive another battle. I don't care where you find them, we need converts. The best palmists can be found among the bitter and desperate. Bring them to us. Far from their ruined homes, recruit new followers for the palmists at Bureaucracy, Carillion, or the Brambazone Work World. Oh, we're being given reason to leave again. Ah, okay, I see. You're searching for converts willing to join the Church of the Judas Palm in the White Well. There could be downtrodden workers at Brambazone who are willing to join the church. There could be dissatisfied penitents at Carillion who are willing to join the church. And there could be unfortunate prisoners at Bureaucracy who are willing to join the church. Alright, well, we know what we need to do. Let's get back to Sky Barnet so we can call things for the evening. I'm still at least able to get a consistent 4-ish hours in with my throat. Huh. Hi. Also, no. Should detonate it, but I was worried. Yeah. Olé. There's a lot of things here. And another one of those things. This is why it's never straightforward to, failure, but it reduces terror, so. Feeling terrible, and now dead. The winsome beloved. Before I go for you, just in case it's possible you could have repairs. We fight this motherfucker first. Maybe I shouldn't have snagged that right then. Oh, well, too late now. Alright, perfect. The hold. Faintly luminescent cage. And it's another uncanny specimen. Alright, let's go back to scavenging literally everything that's around us. Alright, stripper for repairs. We might as well fully repair. There's no harm in doing so. It'll start us off to a good... And here's another dead train. The Calenture. Because that's not fucking ominous at all. Alright, through the shattered windscreens, and we find... a marked box. Fragile contents. Do not shake, upend, or discombobed. Stained glass. After much careful maneuvering and whispered cursing, the box is opened. A chorus of oohs and ahs runs through your crew as the panes of starlight-stained glass emerge. Careful hand has rendered the sights of the high wilderness into articulated swirls of colored glass. That's a respectable find out of a wreck. That's a very respectable find out of a wreck. I'm down for it. Oh, another treasure here. Ooh. Gemstones. That's the first time I found one of those. Not common, I don't think those. At least they've not been common for me, but I'm not about to argue with finding them. Hey! Extracted meat. And supplies as well. Good haul. More things we need out here in it. Out here in the mist. Go down this way and hope we can run into some scribe spinsters. I'm glad you were a red one because you were just barreling around me. It's fine. I'm not of the yoked. It is not of concern. Not of the yoked. Not of concern. Is there any... Can we get some scribe spinsters? For once I want some scribe spinsters. Specifically the big uns, I imagine I need. The Feast of Cats, eh? Well, that's a name for a place. I'm not sure what the implication of it is, but maybe I don't want to know, to be honest. Maybe I don't want to know. Hey, another Enclave of the Dead. Yeah, we could trade food for gemstones, but we want more pieces of the sigil. You will need to feel the sigil 3 times before you can record the full sigil. And that's why I'm still doing that, because I need more. But that's certainly an easy way, because sky stores have tons of high waste weight. Piss off, I have fuel. The other reason why I like a surplus of fuel. That I'm being haunted by her for daring to do some tiny thing that should not have been an issue in any slightest bit, shape, or form. Soka faces. Hey, exploration stuff. Do I have enough to improve something? Ah, excellent. Let's get another hearts up then. Then swoop on into Sky Barnet. Of which we will see what... well, snag the prospects first, because then I'll remember grabbing them. Put everything to my bank. Basically prepare for next stream. A week from now. Deliver report reports. Remember to do that. And 2 more. In shops, bank, 1, 2, 3, 1, and 8. Puts that up at a pretty respectable bit. I'll grab 2 of those. Let's see here. Passing the time, hours to the White Well. An enterprising hawker has constructed a makeshift hour loom to make the wait to enter the stone-faced course seem less, or prolong the time before spirits are pronounced dead, if they wish to linger. He needs hours to feed it. 5 barrels of unseasoned hours should do. Okay, 5 barrels. 1, 2, 3 for 5. Undistinguished souls for the forge. Unnamed individual at the forge's souls requires shipments of bottled souls. They only need ones of meager quality. 5 jumbles of undistinguished souls should be sufficient. In the Blue Kingdom, it's usually exceptional souls that are in demand, for use as gifts or bribes. What does someone want with so many unremarkable specimens? Forge of Souls is where we know where it is. 5 jumbles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So that we remember for next time. Alright, more fuel, and... with that, thank you all so kindly for accompanying me tonight for more of this Sunless Skies. We've gotten a decent amount of progress here in the Blue Kingdom. We have more things that we need. We have more to achieve and more to do. Like that, like that, like that, and like that. Yeah, we have some things to do. Ever more things to do, but that is fine. That, like I said, thank you all so kindly. As for next stream, assuming throat issues aside, next Tuesday is our next stream, which shall be more Final Fantasy X-2. Made some progress equals we have more to do. Yeah, pretty much, we made progress. And that progress has led to more tasks to do. Such is the nature of the game. After Tuesday is Thursday, which shall be more Troubleshooter Abandoned Children. Next after that is Saturday, maybe, which will maybe be picking up Doom Eternal again, finally. Again, sorry I didn't do that this Tuesday, but this is set not yesterday anymore, it's 2:30. This Saturday, because my voice was just being my throat was really painful on that accord. And then we wrap back around to next Sunday, which shall be hopefully more Sunless Skies, where we have more work to do. Plenty of more work to do amongst the bureaucracy of the Blue Kingdom. But until then, whether I see you next stream, next Sunless Sky stream, or whenever I next see y'all, I hope y'all have a wonderful time, a wonderful day, morning, whenever it may be. And I hope until next I see y'all, that all remains well for you. And that you continue to spread kindness and joy wherever y'all can, for it is the least we can do amongst our power. All we can do is keep going forward and keep making sure the world is a generally acceptable place around us. Yeah. With that, take care. Thank you all so much for accompanying for tonight's stream. And have a good one. And I'll see you next time. Cheers. Take care, folks.